Test, test. What it do? What it do, chat? What it do? Yo, what's going on? Sarah, what up? Falsetto, what up, Chris? Soph, Stevie, President Trump makes liberals cry. It's beautiful. If that is your political stance, that is sad. Your political identity is just to hurt the other side. That's pretty bad. Tells everything you need to know, chat. What it do? What's up, Sammy? June? No audio yet? No, I'm here. Oh gosh.
Hey, bub.
What's going on, pub? How you doing?
Yeah, so, honestly, I think if Rand Paul was president, we wouldn't be, intervening in these countries, foreign intervention, wouldn't be starting forever wars. We would be a much better country.
Do you think if we start some forever wars, we'll be a better country?
What I'm saying is, I don't think we would be like having all these forever wars if we elected like, a classic libertarian president like Rand Paul, and we should have in 2012.
Pub. I don't think so. I don't think so. You heard Trump proudly announce proudly these people are behind him, dude. They all let this happen at home. So no, they aren't the type of people who would stop this. But they definitely are talking about just out in the open invading countries for oil and resources. Like straight up imperialism.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want us intervening in other countries, destabilizing regions. But, I think that if you actually had, the right people, like, Ron Paul, if he won 12 years ago, we wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, I don't think so, bud. I
Well,
don't think so.
and by the way, it's not looking good for New York City. Had Denny's, we're really destroying the city.
How's it being destroyed?
Well, I mean, he revoked an executive order, preventing, what do you call it, the like protesting their churches, and that's going to create a lot of religious violence. And, the Jewish people will be forced out to Florida probably, in like like Tampa, Palm Beach.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, man. Uh if you're worried about the Nazis, they're on the right, so you can just stay away from that in general.
Well, the thing is, like, I think Denny, I think what he's doing is not good. He revoked he revoked many orders which were against anti-Semitism. That's everything.
Uh, you'd have to give me more than that. I don't believe that's not enough for me to believe everything. I'd have to be real generous to say, "Oh, Mom Donnie, now he's doing super anti-Semitic stuff." I don't think so. Mom Donnie probably doesn't have like a bone of anti-Semitism in him. He's a good guy.
Well, I mean, he has to, make sure crime is low. I mean, you can't just send all these mental health professionals. I mean, we need police, people who've actually experienced, de-escalating situations.
I don't. Have you seen the way that's working out right now?
Well, I mean, have you seen like the way, in the subways, what's going on? People are being, burnt on fire, pushed on the
What's more
tracks.
common, the subway person being set on fire, which is I think happened once in my life, or the 6 people so far who have been killed by ice?
Well, look, I think we should completely defund ICE, okay? But and like I told you, I quit MAGA. I don't like MAGA anymore, but I'm still like a huge fan of Democrats too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you just have a little bit of deconstructing to do.
Well, I just think, we shouldn't have, all this government intervention in our daily lives. You don't want the government, watching you every day. It's very
Yeah,
dangerous.
yeah. Have you seen the ICE whipping out their phones? They have facial recognition software, and they're using it as uh, reasonable suspicion, so they can pretty much just like arrest or detain anybody. Like, oh, you're a
Well,
61% match with some other dude. We're gonna go ahead and detain you.
yeah. Well, look here, Matthew. So look, I'm against big government when it's both parties, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. I don't like big government at all. Okay, I don't like what ICE is doing. I don't like the Patriot Act. I don't like all of these things. But I think we just need a rise of a third party, which can actually deliver for the American
You know
people, and
what? Do it. Hey,
we
go
can let
start your
America.
third party. Get all of your friends to join. Go for it.
We will.
Do
Rand
it.
Paul and Thomas Massey. They're going to start it. Ron Paul too.
Go for it, bud. Please. That would be
Yeah,
the greatest gift you could give anybody.
it'll beat the two party system, broken two party system. Both parties are bad. Young people are rapidly leaving both parties. Um,
Yeah, I don't
so
know,
that's what's
man.
gonna happen.
I don't know. I think that we saw Trump come and say he was going to be the president of peace, no new wars, no troops on ground, no boots on ground. He said those words like literally last year. No new wars, no invading other countries, no installing other governments. It's exactly what he's doing. He literally said it yesterday. It's going to be installing a government. He posted himself as president of Venezuela on Wiki, and then reposted it on Truth.
Well, look. I'm
You
against
think
all this
that's
intervention, and
all right?
I'm
Well,
against all the
you can't come
intervention in
up here.
Venezuela and
No
fucking
one
Iran.
is going to. You're not going to convince someone who's liberal or left leaning to move anywhere towards the right now. I think that you're like insane. I
Well, I
think
don't want
we're
anyone to
good.
move to the right. I want people to move more to center. We need to find a compromise in between both parties, like what a libertarian would be. A fair compromise, and we need a rise of a
Libertarians are
libertarian
incoherent.
party.
They're stupid and incoherent.
Well, we wouldn't be invading all these countries like Venezuela and
Yeah, you would.
Iran and
Yeah, you
everything.
would. There's
Well,
not a
we'd stay
single
out of
fucking
there.
libertarian I've ever met that adheres to all of their principles because they're fucking dumb. So there
Well,
is a ton of libertarians who would love to go invade fucking Cuba. I promise.
yeah, and a guy in the comments said I helped him leave the Democrat Party, so you already debunked here, buddy. So ultimately, I think that libertarians, pretty much stay true to their beliefs. Uh, I would
Sure,
just say
sure.
that
Free trade,
there's a few,
no wars,
well, they've
open
always been
borders.
consistent.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I can ask a libertarian those three things, and all of them will say yes to all of them.
Well, they definitely support free trade. Yeah, I mean, libertarians are pretty consistent on their
Yeah,
positions.
but no, they're not. Maybe free trade, but like there's no conservative out there that's on that train right now. Like libertarians are incoherent and homeless. It's pretty much just
Well,
conservatives that like to
libertarians
smoke weed.
Well, libertarians should, actually look at the Republican Party because the MAGA is again, I think MAGA just wants to kick libertarians out of the party anyway because they want people just like them. Libertarians don't believe in, what MAGA wants big government. They want, ICE everywhere. I'm against ICE. I think people, if they came here to work and they have families, they should be able to stay. And I think we should focus on the bad people, but we aren't
I
focusing on
don't
the
think
bad
anyone's ready
people.
for that nuance, dude. Nobody's hearing that. Trump's rhetoric of doing this shows you where this leads, and I think being plainly against it is on the right side of history. Period. I don't know. I don't think any sort of silly version that walks us back to your side is the answer. I'm good.
Well, yeah, that's why I want the Republican Party to go in a different direction than MAGA. I want them, to choose someone else who, isn't, more a traditional Republican. Not like the MAGA's,
Dude, there's
distorted
no such thing. Like Republicans
party.
in general suck. None of them have any good economic policy, foreign policy, domestic. Like some of them have some decent stuff on accident, but like it wasn't like specifically just like Republic. Like I can't think of a single thing they're doing great that I can be like, you know what? If only Dims did this. Like I don't see anything that they do. Nothing seriously. And the weak like like strongman, like need for authoritarianism and like for a leader. Like they come in here and they think it's a gotcha that the Democrats don't have like a leader of the party, and it's so puzzling to us. Like, where's your cult leader? You guys need that. It's built into the culture of all of that right wing's politics. It's not just they made a bad move and the Republicans are all corrupt. It's like that flavor of politics always leads to bullshit.
Well, look, like I told you, I'm against ICE. I think what ICE has been doing is pretty awful. I think the officer should be arrested. Well, not yeah, the agent, yeah, from last week should definitely be arrested and charged. Uh, but I just think that uh, ICE was intended. ICE has been used by many administrations, but now obviously it's just being abused. It's
Not
not even
funded
being used properly.
$140 billion, dude. This is insane.
Yeah,
This is
we should
fucking dumb. And they
dramatic.
have no training. That guy was standing in front of that woman's vehicle, pretending like he could even pull over a vehicle. He's not fucking law enforcement. Like,
Yeah, we
what is
should
he doing?
dramatically. Yeah, we should dramatically defund ICE, and and they're also adding to the national debt. That matters. Well, all of us are paying the debt off, and the deficit's ballooning like crazy. We have to defund ICE, to help the national debt, and we can't just be wasting money on ICE and the military. The military, we should
Dude, I,
cut
I
back a bit.
literally had this conversation with you like 3 months ago, and you're just repeating what I taught you or something. This is, we'll let you, conservatives will eventually catch up, but it will be too late. That's how it's always been. You guys are like 30 years behind, like civil rights and like just propaganda, history. Like you guys
Well, I'm
like have
catching
no
up a
idea
lot
what's going
actually.
on. Ugh,
Well, I think I basically catched up actually
caught.
by a lot.
You're getting better with words too,
Yeah, I
man.
pretty much catched up. Yeah.
We're proud of you.
Well, look, I read a good book. It's called The Revolution by Ron Paul. It teaches me a lot of stuff. It's a good book, actually.
Uh-huh.
And I think it did definitely teach me, to leave the MAGA movement. The scam. The MAGA was just a huge scam. It was, that's what I realized now. I realized I was conned, by my family members, and by MAGA itself.
So you were conned, huh?
Yeah, I can admit that.
Shocker. All right. Well, American, it's always good talking to you, man. Thanks for our daily chit chat.
All right, see you, Matthew. Bub, bub.
I don't know why he calls me Matthew. Did you guys see that? First of all, I want to give a shout out to the YouTube super chatter. His name is Pattern Files, and what he says is, with $1.99, have you come out of the closet yet? By the way, y'all, the right is not homophobic. They're so sick of hearing it, dude. They're so sick of it. Stop calling them homophobic. It's old. He's copying Santana calling you Bub Bub. Bub Bub is my saying, by the way, y'all. I said it growing up. It used to be my fan. My fans were labeled Bubs. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Tap the screen, y'all. Let's get some likes out. Let's get like 20K real quick. American Advocate, I can't with you, dude. I can't debate a non-Trump supporter on a Trump debate platform right now. How's our girl? Pickles is good. Are we not? No, anybody can say Bub Bub. You guys, I am not gatekeeping Bub Bub. But someone was like, yeah, someone stole that from Santana. Like, no, that's mine. So, how do you guys feel knowing that we are now just straight up imperialist nation. We're just straight up taking countries over. They're not even lying about it anymore. Like back in Bush, like they're like, there's weapons of mass destruction when they just want oil. Now they're just saying it. Just like, no, it's good that we're getting the oil. And then you can see like Lindsey Graham in the background. He's like, and we freed the people who were being suppressed and, uh political enemies, yada yada yada. And Trump's like, yeah, and the oil. We definitely love the oil. So crazy. Sasha Riley. So, if none of you guys know what the Nuremberg trials were about, um, this really stuck with me. I read this the other day, and I mean, this is basically what Nazi Germany did. They basically just looked around. They're like, we need some land, and their motto was like living space. They're gonna like start this whole new uh white Aryan, empire with, beautiful fields of grass, just this new utopia. And they just needed place to do it. So the German, like the generals and the heads of the government, when they were tried in Nuremberg, they were simply asking him, "Hey, why did you attack these countries unprovoked?" Like, that's what they're going to do to y'all. They're going to ask you, hey, why did you invade Greenland? I don't know. We needed it. Yeah, following orders isn't a defense. And that's why Trump erupted, like, and was so pissed when somebody was in the Senate that was like, hey, following unlawful orders, you don't have to do that. He got pissed. Why would anybody get pissed at that? Was it Mark Kelly? Yeah, but somebody wrote that. It was like on Substack. I read it the other night, and they were like, "Hey, if you're a general in the army, uh, with invasions of all these different countries on the line, I suggest uh, you go watch the opening of the Nuremberg trials, the speech that was given, sit with your family, sit with your children, read it, ask yourselves, is this is this the same thing?" They docked his pay. No shit. Kelly sues Pentagon over threats of punishment from Hegseth. Terrifying. Trump is using lawfare to harass the current head of the Treasury. Despite what he may tell you, MAGA, the president does not control interest rates. Can't do that. It's a dark, dark time in history, y'all. The Fed, not the Treasury. Sorry. my economy's getting real good. Yeah. Yeah. Trump's the one who appointed Jerome Powell guys in his first term, by the way. So he's definitely a corrupt Biden shill. Definitely. I haven't seen this Sasha Riley interview. Should we watch it? If the president isn't following the Constitution, you can refuse the orders. So, like, you can refuse all of his orders. It's brutal and detailed. Is that how you spell it? SASH? Not on TikTok. Oh, it's okay. It's graphic. Okay. American Advocate, you're not even debating me. You don't like Trump. You goose. That's SH. Okay, I mean, SC. Thank you. Chad, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box if your name's not American Advocate. I might, I think I'm going to turn on the phones here soon. YouTube, if you can, tap the up sign. Hit the thumbs up for me. Pickles is asleep. She's dreaming. She's whimpering. Heavens to Betsy chat. It's a real tough day for Trumpers. They have to sit in the stands. They don't really know what to say yet. They don't know what to say about all this. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna turn on the phone number real quick, and the phone number will show up on the screen on YouTube. So if you want to see the phone number, it is on YouTube. There we go. All right, phone line's on, chat. Give me a ring. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter? Wow.
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes?
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
He is actively trying to liberate my home country,
What country?
Iran.
Okay. He's going to be
Okay?
bombing Iran here soon?
Uh, I don't know what he's going to do, but I know that what he's doing is not what Bush's did. See, there is an organic uprising in Iran, and he's uh, supporting the organic uprising. And I think that's very moral and noble. I mean, no one right now is supporting Iranian people. Only Trump is doing that. Iranian people are all alone. They're dying. The internet has cut off. There is at least 1,200 people died.
I mean,
Uh,
that's how you get that's what you get when you get theocratic government. But I think I'm more worried at home. You see how like there's like an uprising at
well,
home too.
well, here's the thing. Do you think only Americans matter?
No, I think that no matter how good you do as a president abroad for like a small country, at home, if you're causing like civil war and being authoritarian and squashing people's civil rights and doing a military state, you don't really get any points.
Well, but still, don't you think that you have an obligation to help other people when you can?
Yeah, this was not Trump's slogan. So if you voted for Trump thinking that was
Trump said
happening,
America first. He didn't say
yeah.
America only.
No, he said America first in regards to Ukraine. So like Ukraine's getting slaughtered, right? You don't care about Ukraine. You want Iran
I
now?
do care about Ukraine. I protested for Palestine and Ukraine. You don't know that.
What? And you thought Trump was the answer for those?
Okay, let me tell you something. I'm not. I'm not a left wing or right winger. I'm an independent. I change my position strategically depending on the situation. Right now, Trump is in the right side of the history. Now, if Trump starts to do what Bush did to Iraq, I'm actually going to be against Trump for Iran. But
Dog,
right now,
he's
for
going to
Iran,
be
I have
doing
to
that.
be on his side, and you have to be
He's
on
doing
his side too.
No, I don't. No, he's talking about
But
Greenland.
you don't care about people of
Greenland?
Iran?
No, not as much as I care about home. What about Greenland?
What about Greenland? Oh yeah, I don't support that as well. But my first priority is Iran first. Whenever that fix, I would.
Vote for Trump, chat. Iran first.
No, I'm not saying Iran first, but for me, okay, America first, right? As a U.S. president, but
When do
other countries matter as well. It's not like only about.
That's not what he's doing though. Like if you have any sort like if you weren't completely biased and that wasn't your home country, you'd probably just absolutely despise Trump still, right? Like but if it swings like with the wind, like you said, you don't really have any values or positions in politics and you don't see like what Trump is doing, like creating a civil uprising at home, I don't know what to tell you, man. He's literally doing the same thing he did to Iraq, to Cuba now, to Colombia, to he's saying he's gonna be doing these things. He doesn't get points for getting one right.
Well, can you give him credit at least?
No. Did you know that Hitler built the Autobahn? You need to give him credit, dude.
I mean, please, okay. At least put yourself in my shoes. Wouldn't you support Trump if you were Iranian?
No.
Why not?
Because literally a few months ago, he fucking bombed it, dude. And I have a fucking memory that's longer than that.
Okay. Yes, he didn't bomb any innocent people. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't support a full-on regime change like they did in Iraq, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
But
just
that's what
want.
Trump has come out and said he's going to do, right? He literally said those
he
words.
said no boots on the ground. He said that.
I don't care. He said
I'm
regime
not-
change, and he said no boots
He
on the
didn't
ground.
say regime
He
change.
said he did say yesterday.
He's bluffing.
Yesterday
bluffing.
he did. Yesterday
I'm
he
gonna
did.
tell you why he's bluffing.
Last year he said no boots on the ground, but yesterday he said we'll do it. People are too scared. They think we won't get boots on the ground. He said that. He said those words.
I'm going to tell you why he's bluffing because right now, you still can hear me?
I can hear you, but he just did an invasion. But go ahead, tell me how he's not going to do another.
Okay. See, he sent a tweet. He said that we're locked and loaded and ready to go to come to the aid of Iranians, right? That tweet caused Iranians to feel that they're not alone, and it caused the regime to be scared and kill less people.
Yeah.
So he saved some innocent lives. Even if one innocent Iranian life is saved, that means the world to me. You know, because Iranian lives are precious to me, and it breaks my heart when I feel that. I mean,
how do you feel about all of the Islamophobia that's coming from this administration that has caused all sorts of hate towards your group in this country?
I'm not religiously a Muslim. I'm an ex-Muslim.
I don't care. People don't care. They look at you, they think Muslim, right? Because they're
Yes,
fucking dumb
that has
rednecks.
happened. Like a few
Yeah.
days ago, someone looked at me. Actually, that happened. So told me go back to your country. I don't like that. But right now, I need to stand with Trump for my country.
Cool.
I
You
don't have
don't
any
think
choice. I
Kamala
wish
would
I
have had
had.
something to say? You don't think Kamala would have had something to say about people doing things in Iran like that?
What would Kamala do?
Dude, she has done plenty for the people of Ukraine, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: Obama, when there was a mass protest in Iran during Obama was doing negotiations with the Iranian government. He wasn't supporting the people.
Well, dude, Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize because he ended the threat of them having nuclear arms with no people dying.
Well, but my thing is, I want my country to be liberated. So that's the thing. Why only Americans have? Do you think only Americans deserve life, liberty, and freedom? Like
Nobody. You're talking to somebody on the left who vehemently opposes America First and isolation ideology. That is what Trump is all about. Up until every 5 minutes when it makes sense for him to say it, but he is all about being an isolationist. He's terrifying the whole world. He is all about punishing other countries who don't bend to his will. And just because that's working for you for a half second doesn't mean that you should go balls in, dude. That is super dumb.
Okay. So I need to ask you one thing. If you were an Iranian, where would you side right now?
I would have nuance and I would say fuck Trump.
Okay.
Trump is that government that you see in Iran. Trump is that for us.
Okay, I need to say something. I don't agree with everything that Trump is doing. I just want to mention that I don't think it's perfect. I think it's not black and white, right? But here's the thing. In Iran, I could go to prison for saying I don't believe in Islam or I don't believe in God. But
you know what? I'm a terrorist.
That wouldn't happen.
I'm a terrorist for not liking the mass deportation.
No.
Yeah.
He just said that, but he didn't.
No, it's in writing.
Prison.
It's in writing in the DOJ website.
Like, okay. Are you really comparing the Ayatollah of Iran with Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. In Iran,
who's more dangerous?
People go to prison for saying that. In America, people don't. He says terrorist, but he actually don't act on that. In Iran, you know, the punishment for leaving Islam is execution, and your family goes to prison.
Okay.
That's the
thing.
I
could see us going there. I don't care that we're not there yet. Someone just got us executed by ICE, and before they knew anything, they gave us this dogmatic fucking story about how she was a terrorist. And she's this smiling lady. We see the video. She's a smiling lady who said, "I'm not mad at you." I've seen terrorism. That doesn't look like terrorism to me.
I don't agree with what happened. Okay, that was a bad thing. But my question is, why do you care so much about that happening to one person in America, and why don't you care about that happening to 1,200 people in Iran?
Listen.
Do you think American lives matter more than Iranians?
I think that you can care about both and know that Trump is trying to make us into Iran, right? He's trying to mix government and religion.
Can you prove to me that Trump is trying to stage a war against Iran?
No, I'm saying that Trump is trying to mix religion with government, which is what you see in Iran, and which never works well.
No, it never works. But in America, you have a strong constitution that prevents that, so Trump is not that much of a big threat.
I don't think so. I think Trump just started a process where we don't allow anybody besides Christians in this country, non-communist, non-Marxist. He's starting to do that at the border. He's started to punish institutions that are vehemently liberal. He's taken every single anti-liberal position he can with his power, and he's punished institutions for not aligning with him. It's just slowly eroding. It takes time, dude.
But here's the thing: if we don't support Trump today, Ayatollah of Iran wins.
I'm sorry?
If we don't support Trump today, Ayatollah of Iran wins. Don't you think?
I don't know. No, you can say, "Hey, Trump did a good thing," and then he's a really bad person.
Okay, so do you support the idea of supporting Iranian protesters or no?
Yes.
How?
Trump can make threats, or he could do sanctions.
He done that. So would you give him credit for that?
No, I'm saying, or he could do sanctions like he did. But
He can do
he
what?
has been so sloppy and disgusting with rhetoric towards people like you. I can't believe that you're even thinking about turning around and be like, you know what, it's all good for this one thing.
I mean, right now, because I was right now, I don't know if my father over there is alive or dead, because they cut off the internet, and no one is talking about that other than Trump. So can you blame me for feeling like this?
I guess not, but I mean, I can see that maybe in a few weeks, after the dust is settled, or a few months or something, maybe you'll find some peace around it, and maybe see that you were being really emotional with your support with Trump here.
Okay, but here's the thing. Do you think what Trump is doing is to the benefit of Iran or not to the benefit of Iran? Answer my question.
It's impossible to answer. He hasn't done anything besides bomb him yet.
Well, as I said, he tweeted, and that tweet caused Iranians to be more hopeful, to feel that they're not alone,
Okay.
to have more motivation in their revolution. And he made Ayatollah to be afraid, and he saved Iranian lives just with that tweet.
He is looking for any and every opportunity to do his imperialism. So don't be surprised if Trump comes all the way in there and fucks it all the way up.
Can Trump possibly fuck Iran up more than it's already fucked up? Like, can he possibly make it worse than it? Define a worse Iran.
Dead people?
I'm sorry, what?
Dead people? Bombed Iran? War scorched Iran? Mobilized Iran? Russia coming into aid Iran? Russia putting nukes in Iran and us going full military? Like, it could get real bad.
Do you think that's really possible? Because Trump hates the repeating the scenario of Iraq. Sorry. Right now, you know, he has a new policy. Like, instead of regime change, he does this new thing called decapitation. He done it in Venezuela, which means instead of doing a regime change, he just changed the head of the regime.
I get it. It's not a new thing.
That is way more safer.
That is not a new thing, but okay.
Okay, but it's way better than the whole regime change, meaning that Trump actually is committed to not
making money.
War,
he's making money, and he's making money first. He's not thinking about the people in place. He literally he had the CEOs of giant oil businesses in the know of Venezuela being taken over before Congress. Congress still hasn't been debriefed on this. He doesn't want Democrats in on any of this. He's got oil barons involved in this. That tells you everything you need to know. If you think he likes your friends in fucking Iran, I promise you he doesn't, because he was just telling us and convincing the whole world that Iran hates us and death to America is what they chant. So none of the right.
He meant the Iranian government, not the people.
The government's who says that?
I'm sorry, what?
The government's who says death to America?
Yeah, the Iranian government says death to America. Iranian people cannot vote for Ayatollah.
False. The people say it too. I know that in recent years it hasn't meant actually death to America, whatever they're chanting. Maybe it's out with America, but they have a strong distaste for us.
Many of them do, some of them don't. I'm going to actually tell you this. I don't like my country to be subjugated to American imperialism. I really don't. I wish Iran could be free and there would be a national government who prioritizes Iranian national interests. But as much as I hate the idea of Iran becoming basically an American colony, I kind of like, between Ayatollah and Trump, I would kind of prefer Trump to run Iran. Not in a perfect world, I wouldn't have to, but you know.
It's sad that that's even a hard decision. You could have had Kamala.
I mean, now we don't have Kamala. That's the thing. So we have to support Trump.
We don't have to support Trump. Not blindly. That's not how that works. We get to criticize Trump. We could say, hey, the people don't like what you're doing. Maybe you should stop that.
Okay, earlier you said something. I wanted to ask you a question. You said, I guarantee you that Trump is motivated by oil interests and imperialism, and he's going to make Iran worse. Do you have any evidence to prove that claim, that he wants to make Iran worse and he doesn't care about Iranians?
Yes. If you just watch his last few interviews, he just doesn't shut up about all of the reasons he wants to go invade all of these countries, and it's literally just for minerals. So in one moment, he doesn't give a fuck, and he calls your country a shithole country. Doesn't give a fuck about you. And then same thing with Venezuelans. He was sending them to prison with no due process, to a terrorist prison. And the next thing you know, he's trying to sell to you the idea that he just liberated them because he cared about them so much. But he's got the oil barons in a meeting right now in the White House while people are still in prison. He hasn't even thought about rescuing from prison in Venezuela. He
Okay,
doesn't give a fuck. That's how this works. He does not care about Iran. He cares about the opportunity this presents for him to pounce on Iran.
okay. So here's the thing. Maybe he doesn't think about Iranian people, but don't you think that Iranian people and Trump have shared interests and strategically they could align?
Yeah, me and Hitler, I'm sure, both like the color purple. I don't care.
Okay, I wanted to ask you something. If Trump wants to attack Iran, if he's motivated by imperialism, what's he waiting for? Why he's not attacking?
She's got a lot on his plate. He literally just listed 4 countries yesterday, like he had a grocery list of countries to invade.
So you think Iran will become next?
Sure.
Okay, Mike, I just want to ask you a question. Do you condemn the mass murder in Iran or no? I just want to make
Yes.
sure.
Yes, I
Okay,
condemn
so
every little bit of stupid fucking theocracy speckled throughout all of the countries over there. It's so bad for everyone. For you to like intermittently like it for half a second is stupid.
okay, so I just want to make sure that you're not on the other side. So thanks for clearing that up. So what if the solution is not supporting Trump? What other way is there? Because Iranians don't have any other way. You know, I don't see any
Yeah,
other
you
way,
do.
unfortunately.
Yeah, you can
What's
just
the other way?
not support people who cause mass Islamophobia. It's not that hard, man.
Well, I mean, how could we liberate Iran? How could we get to a democratic Iran without foreign help? We need a foreign help.
Okay, I don't know, man. Like I don't know, but we're even in a less of a position now. We're making no
Right.
friends on the world stage. We've got everybody um uh pretty much turning against us. Nobody wants to be known as a best friend to North
Okay.
America right now
Do
because
you
of
think
our positioning. Do you think that
do you
when
think it's
Iran finally
possible?
needs help, we're going to be able to call our friends, be like, "Hey, remember us, the people who just invaded Greenland, all of your friends, ally in NATO? Can you come help us?" They're going to say, "No, fuck you."
Okay. Here's the thing. Do you think it's possible that you're so obsessed with Trump that you are turning your back against Iranian people?
No, I don't give a fuck about the Iranian people, to be honest. That's the last thing I'm thinking about.
Okay, so that kind of says a lot because if you say I don't care about give a fuck about Iranian people, that's kind of kind of a racist thing to say, especially after you said Islamophobia and everything. You know?
No, dude, you're sitting here going, "What about the people in Iran?" We've got the worst mess right here, right now, because of Trump. All of the people, all of these other countries we're about to invade, Iran's last on my plate.
Okay, so you're saying that Iranian people matter, but they're not. Should it be a priority of America? Is that what you're saying?
No, your side would say that too, right? America first. If you said this at a MAGA rally, what about Iran? You would have shotguns pointed in your face, dude.
I have talked to MAGA people. All of them say that we love Iranian people. We just don't like the regime, and we finally convert for the
No, they don't.
Ayatollah.
They don't even know what fucking regime means. They don't even know what the Ayatollah is. The right knows about it. They don't know about
So
that.
you're doing a fallacy. You're saying all MAGA people think this way. Not all of them think the exact same way.
Dude, it was not a deal breaker when Trump said all of these things that caused Islamophobia in the country. They were all on board. It was not a deal breaker. So yes, it's not too far fetched for me to think that.
Look, that's my question. Do you believe in America first, or don't you believe in America first? So tell me that.
I don't think it's that black and white. No, I think that America First is a ultranationalist movement that makes you
Right.
focus on how this might be super great for America in the long term, no matter how painful or how harsh this is to our allies or our enemies. That's what America First is supposed to do for you. When Trump does something to stiff a nation that really needed our help, it's America First. But when it's time to invade another country or give them $40 billion out of nowhere and then undercut all of our cattle farmers here, it's not America First. It's like a mixture. You got to be nuanced, right? No, that's what we've
Okay.
been saying this whole fucking time, that America First is such dumb and incoherent policy. No, I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. It's called
Can I ask you a question?
isolationism.
I have a question for you. Okay, if you don't believe in isolationism, you say that that you should support Ukraine and Palestine, or am I right or no? Because you said you're a leftist. So do you support Ukraine and Palestine?
Yes.
Okay, why do you support them but not people of Iran?
How many deaths in Iran?
1,200 at least
Okay.
in just 1 week.
All right. So on top of that, we've got Trump who cut USAID, which was like 3 or 4 million deaths. We've got Trump who cut 12 million people off of healthcare here, which is going to be 12,000 deaths. We've got, oh God, I can't even tell you. We're about to invade Greenland. We're about to, like, we have so many other things going on here. We have I think it's like 170,000 deaths in Ukraine. We have 600,000. Is it 600,000 in Palestine, or is it somewhere around there? So I don't know. You guys are 1,100. You said.
No, I have right now 1,200.
1,200.
Yeah, 1,200
All right. Well, I
for
mean,
1 week. One
we
week.
did just go bankrupt, giving everybody a tax break, so that's gonna be a little bit harder too. So we'll get to y'all.
In the sense, like when you say we'll get to y'all, you mean like in terms of like
if Trump
what do you
cares
mean
about
exactly?
Iranians, tell him remove sanctions on the people instead of booming them or regime change, bro. You think he not gonna rubbing Iran? Smiley face emoji.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Trump's effectively starving the people of Iran right now. I love it.
But why he's doing that? Because the Ayatollah tried to make nuclear bomb and threat Israel, to wipe Israel off the map. So do you think there was any other way?
That's not why he just did those sanctions.
You think that Trump has another motivation for sanctioning
Yes,
Iran?
he sanctioned them just because of these riots.
So what does Israel get from starving people of Iran?
I guess the government, which is what Trump really wants and cares about. He wants them to change. So I don't know. Maybe he can get all that juicy oil they got.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I would like the government to change it all because in Iran we cannot vote to change our leader. We cannot vote to change our destiny. I mean, as people of Iran are really miserable.
That's coming here.
We're desperate.
That's coming here, dude. That's coming here. I promise.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but it kind of breaks my heart that people from your side support everyone except my people. Like your side wants life, liberty, freedom, everything except for my people. Like when Trump says something, like for example, when
hey man,
when someone wants to mix religion and politics in America, you don't say anything. Like you criticize, but then some people from your side actually kind of support Hamas and Hezbollah. Like when it comes to us, they support our leader when they're doing that. Like that really breaks my heart. I wish that, I don't know.
Hey man, who's allowing people who are seeking refuge from countries like that? Who's letting them in and who's not? Didn't Trump just recently cut down all of the refugees from like 170,000 to 7,000, and he's only bringing in like white people from Africa because 8 of them got killed last year. 8. Okay, so you can wait. Your country needs a fucking wait.
So you actually believe? I have another question. You earlier you suggested that Trump actually wants to change the Iranian regime the same way Bush did to Iraq, right? You say that we need to wait that it will happen. So my question is, do you realize that Trump is not Bush? He's MAGA. He's not Newcon. So where are you getting that? Why are you accusing him of that without any evidence?
Just because Trump is a different flavor of evil doesn't mean he's like all the way different. That doesn't make any sense. I think Trump is whatever makes him money, whatever makes his rich oil friends money.
Oh, that's a great point. That's the thing. So invading Iran will cost him. It's not like doing a
Not on
full invasion
U.S.'s
of Iran.
dollars. So he can use the U.S. government to invade, and then he gets rich.
How?
All of his oil friends who are heavily invested through his meme coin or whatever, dude. He has made $10 billion last year. Hold on.
Did you know something about Venezuela?
Trump's entire net wealth doubled this last year. If he was such a great businessman, and then when he becomes president, his wealth doubles, it means that he's just corrupt. It's just that he's corrupt. He's corrupt, and he's making tons of money through a meme coin you could donate through without anyone seeing, and he doesn't have to declare it, right?
Okay, answer this. Venezuela sells. Venezuela has a lot less oil than America. I think if America has 30 million bottles of oil, Venezuela has less than 1 million. So why Trump did that? So he doesn't need the oil. The reason
He does
that
need the
Trump
oil.
was interested.
That's all he talks about. That's all he said. He said it 20 times. Look, find one clip of him not mentioning oil.
The real reason he's doing that is because he wants to cut off China, because Iran and Venezuela are selling cheap oil to China.
Before the invasion, he met with oil barons. Before and after. It was about the oil.
America has much more oil than Iran. He doesn't need Iranian oil. He doesn't need Venezuela
oil. Did you see those people? He's meeting with them right now. He's in a room full of executives right now, trying to get them to divvy up Venezuela because he's giving them the oil.
Okay, understand. So, what do you think his plan is for Iran? Really, like what's the next step?
Hey, what is that? What is that same thing we were just talking about? Oil.
Okay, how he's gonna get the Iranian oil?
Okay, put somebody in favor of Trump's politics in place, promise the mineral rights to the government of the United States or to BlackRock or whoever as a negotiation or as a term of them being put in power. If Trump gets to pick who goes into power, he gets to tell them what to do.
If that person is secular and better than Ayatollah, then
you don't care. I get it. I get it. So what you're saying is you're admitting you don't care that he does colonialism.
I would. Okay, let me tell you this. I would definitely prefer a democratic Iran. I said I would definitely prefer one day my country has a democratic country and has a government who prioritize the national interest of Iran, and oil of Iran is for Iranian people, not for theoretic regime or for America. But if I have to choose between Trump's puppet and Ayatollah, I mean, in a perfect world, I wouldn't have to choose. But I mean,
I'm not sure. I guess that's fine. I guess so. I guess that's okay. But you know, if it could have happened differently, I guess, you know, like it could be something totally different. I don't have to wonder if even if Kamala did it just for the oil, at least her messaging wouldn't be Islamophobic and cause harm to your community here at home.
If you were the president, tell me, what would you do about the protests in Iran? Would you completely silence, or would you do what?
I would say something.
What, for example?
I would probably do I actually have to get my stance on sanctions right. I really don't know, but I think that foreign affairs is a very, very tricky thing, and there's so much, like, it's so delicate, and the way Trump does everything with brute force and carelessness and shooting from the hip, he doesn't fucking know what's going on ever, really. I think he's got his eyes on money a lot. I don't see him handling things with care and with diplomacy. I see him handling things like a dictator, and he's best friends with all of the dictators. So him just installing a new flavor of dictatorship into your country shouldn't be something you cheer about. Like, this is like, he loves Kim Jong-un, he loves Putin, he loves fucking Bukele, he loves all of his favorite types of dictators. He loves them.
So here's my question: if he wants to put a dictator in Iran, why he didn't do what he done in Venezuela? He invaded Venezuela, but right now he's supporting the organic Iranian protests. So this is different. This is not putting a dictator over here.
Okay,
I
don't know. If you want to read things at surface level, you keep going. You keep going for it, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Trump just came out and labeled all of us terrorists, and the lady who was just shot in the head a terrorist immediately. And you're going to go, I believe this next thing Trump says. Just wait.
Okay, hang on a second.
I guess he just left. Chat, tap the screen and give me to 100K.
I apologize over there.
Oh, how are you still here? Oh, yeah.
No. I did something going on. Yeah. Okay. I just want to mention that. Okay. I'm not saying that what he's doing will benefit everyone. Like, but I'm saying that right now he's lesser of the two evils. For example, even in Venezuela, they'll see
It's not hard to
Rodriguez
be a
is
lesser
better.
evil than Iran. I don't see this as a good point for Trump. This is not points for Trump. This is not argument for Trump. You should vote for Trump because it's better than Iran. The bar's in
Like
fucking hell.
he's going to make war just a little bit less dangerous. Without the Ayatollah of Iran, there won't be Houthis in Yemen, there won't be Hamas or Hezbollah, people of Iraq, Israel, Palestine. It's better for everybody. Like, it's not ideal, but at least a little bit better.
No. We are making plenty of enemies that in 30 years there will be like an uprising in a government and they're going to fucking burn down the US embassy and they're going to fucking point at America and say we're in this position right now because you motherfuckers did the same thing that you're crying that we did in Iraq 20 years ago. You're asking us to do it again to fix it. 40 years ago in 1980, you remember what happened, right?
I was 3 years old when Iraq happened.
You remember what we did, though, right? You read about it?
I know about Bush invasion in Iraq, yes. I also know about 1952
No, not
coup
Bush.
in Iraq.
Reagan. No, not Reagan. Like before Reagan.
Carter?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
We installed a government in Iraq.
Are you sure you're talking about Iraq?
Oh, I'm thinking
Iraq?
Iran. I'm thinking Iran.
Okay. I think you're talking about. I think you're confused. I think you're talking about Dwight Eisenhower when he staged that coup in 1953.
No, I was totally off. I was thinking about Carter. I was thinking about Carter and Iran.
During Carter, 1979 revolution happened.
Yeah, and
the Iranians overthrow the U.S. puppet regime and install the extremist anti-American regime.
Yeah,
that
and
we have today.
we brought that person over here and we helped them and it made things worse, right? It made things crazy. People went crazy.
Right.
Us involving ourselves at all was bad, right?
Well, yes, but that was a coup. That's different. That was the coup. Right now, Trump is supporting the protesters who came to be organically. This is a very different type of protest. The support. For example, your support, like, didn't your country get rid of the Nazi regime and make the world a better place? How is that any different?
Like, I mean, sure, but we can turn around and still do atrocities. That's what we're doing.
The outcome of World War II got good, because of your involvement, because you meddled in Germany, because you were involved.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. I agree. We were doing this when it's right. Like when Ukraine is being invaded and like 70,000 people were slaughtered unprovoked, that's bad. Like we get involved, especially when the outcome of that invasion could change the political landscape of Europe. It changed trade. It changed the power of Russia, who just came out with the most insane like missiles. They are a literal threat, and letting them impoach on Ukraine land is horrible. It's a much bigger urgent thing than some infighting in another country.
So, but as I said, Iran doesn't only kill their own people for just peaceful protesting. They're also giving aid. They're funding all these terrorists. They're top supporter of global terrorism. You know that, right?
Iran is,
and also there are the reasons. Iranian regime is
you know who contributes to their terrorism too?
Who?
Russia. We should stop them on all fronts.
I agree. I'm all for Ukraine side.
12 months ago, y'all weren't, dude. Y'all weren't. You sway with the wind.
Maybe because I'm flexible and you're not.
No, because you're easily fooled and you're just doing whatever. You're a fair weather fan.
But
I have been right this whole time. Know I was right. Haven't budged. Fought about it. Educated people about it. Educated people about the Budapest Memorandum. Right now, I can look at Venezuela and say the way we did that was bad, and the reason we did it was bad. And I'm not just sitting here and say both sides. This is my favorite flavor. I get to say no. This is all bad. All bad.
okay, so I, I want to tell you what will happen if you get rid of the Iranian regime. Not only people of Iran will get liberated, not only people of Yemen and Gaza, but then Israel won't have any enemies in the region. All your money, all your taxes won't be paid on Israel, and they could be spent on America. Wouldn't you like
Doug,
that?
you don't have to talk me into this. You don't have to talk me into this. I get it. I get it. Trump is doing this, and it's gonna be maybe a positive. Maybe. If we maybe for like 5 years. Cool.
After 5 years, what happens?
I don't know. Do you guys keep doing the same shit you've been doing over there?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You think you'll spiral down into another theocracy?
I mean, hopefully not. I mean, probably. I mean, right now, majority of people really hate the theocracy. I mean, the Iranians don't really agree on what they want instead. Some people support the theocracy. Other people want to separate because, there is so many ethnic minorities. There are separatist movement. Other people want to bring back the Shah, the royal family, who were puppets of U.S. Some other people
You
like
saw
me
this
want a
played out,
democratic.
right? Like in Afghanistan, we tried to do this for like 20 years. Afghanistan.
Well, yeah, but like here's the thing, maybe. Okay, that was a full military invasion. Right now, there is protests in Iran, and the U.S. military could help the protesters. It's not about just
Are there going to be
kind of
pockets
like.
of T groups that
No,
sympathize with the current government?
I'm sorry, what?
Are there going to be pockets of terrorists that sympathize with the current government?
I mean, it's not. What the reason that happened to Iraq was because after Bush came, he just dismantled the whole military. But history proved when there is a revolution, like there's bottom-up regime change, that doesn't happen. Only when top-down regime change, it's when you have a civil war in Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan. Right now, there is a bottom-up regime change, and I'm not saying that U.S. should go do what they did in Iraq. I'm saying to support this bottom-up regime change instead of, does that make sense?
Sweet. So listen again. You're like hyper focused on Iraq. I don't think you could really get the U.S. population to really care that much right now
But
about
that's
it.
wrong. They should, because Iranians are people as well.
Yeah, I know. I get that. But we literally have things going. We have police. We have a military state right now. So
I mean, maybe if you lived in Iran, you feel a little bit differently. You would appreciate U.S. a little bit more.
okay, yeah, I guess I would, but I'm not biased, so I don't.
Can you really blame me for how I feel?
No.
Okay. So could you guarantee that Trump wants to attack and destroy Iran, or are you just saying that because you have
I
Trump
never even said that. I said that the way Iran is going to end up is no one's guess. For you to sit here and look at this with rose-colored glasses is silly, and for you to be like Trump is going to save us when he's installing like an authoritarian regime at home. But the one at your place, one at your country is going to be good.
I mean, tell me how Trump has installed an authoritarian regime in America.
So Trump has done everything he possibly can to reel in power from the courts and from federal government. He's neutered federal injunctions. He's done all sorts of things to threaten people in positions of power that he has no control over, like Jerome Powell. He's doing a federal, he did a grand jury indictment on him this week, and it's simply because Jerome Powell won't lower the fucking interest rates because Trump's not his boss. And that's not a relation that is an inappropriate way to deal with the Treasury. So Trump is doing his best to bulldoze or I guess brute force his power there. He's doing it to universities. He's doing it to law firms. He's doing it every chance he gets to states. He's threatened about defunding states if the wrong people won election or if sanctuary cities don't work with him. He's pretty much using the federal government against the people. He's using the military. He's putting the National Guard in cities. 70% of them are blue cities, just pretty much to make like a political theater thing happen, so that he can get political points and pretty much increase violence. This is how authoritarian comes to into play. So they're going to probably invoke some sort of like wartime law or the Insurrection Act through pretty much just provoking violence with the military and the National Guard against the people. They're just going to keep doing it until it ramps up. I saw someone yesterday who finally said that they're ready to like use guns and stuff, and I think that's what Trump wants.
Okay, maybe let's say that's what he wants. But here's the thing: do you know what is the definition of an authoritarian regime?
Yes.
A regime is authoritarian when a leader has power over constitution. When the constitution and people who make the constitution have power over the leader, whether it's a president or no, then that country is not an authoritarian regime; it's a democracy, right?
Okay, so we've been in a constitutional crisis twice this year. Trump literally wrote an executive order to pretty much edit the Constitution, and
But he failed.
Not really. It's still in the courts, isn't it?
But I'm not aware.
Yeah, it's not over. So Trump absolutely does think, and he's said it himself, that fraud of this kind calls for the what is it? What did he say? Like the dismantling of the Constitution. Like he's called for it. He's not put it past us. He's also famously not with Mike Pence anymore because Mike Pence held the Constitution above Trump, and Trump didn't like that.
Well, I mean, but to be really fair, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I hear you, right? Because I'm actually trying to be open-minded and trying to, not be biased and try to be. I know it's difficult for many people, but I try to be someone who can change their mind. But if you're really fair, if you actually value freedom of speech, separation of church and state, if you value all of those things, I mean, you should be opposed to radical Islam as well.
So I shouldn't care about your people?
No, I'm saying you should. If you're opposed to radical Islam, you should be in the side of Iranian protesters. So my question is, why only Trump is in the side of Iranian protesters, and why not people in your side?
We are. If anybody is for secular governments, it'd be the left, right?
Yes, I would say so.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen anyone from the left to support this insurgency. During 2022 protests, Women Like Freedom, there were lots of people from your side to support, but I don't understand why now your side is very much silent about the horrible events on Iran, and only and
I think
Iranians
you're looking at this
are
under a
all
microscope.
and don't have.
We have so much news every day as Americans now to digest. We literally, it's on no one's radar. I promise you, nobody cares. Like, I'm sorry, but this is the political environment you invited when you voted for Trump. This is we get 6 months worth of fucking news every day. We would still be on Signalgate if this was like 10 years ago. We would still be talking about how Pete Hegseth used unclassified means to transmit classified information and share them with a fucking reporter, and had no action was taken against him at all. Not a single fucking action. And you are jumping for joy that this is the regime going in after other countries?
Okay, can I go back to one of the things that I said earlier? So you know about the Delta Force, right? Trump has recently put Delta Force, the same people who kidnapped Maduro in Venezuela, he put them in the border of Iraq and Iran. Now, technically, like because of Iran's geography, he could not really go and kidnap Ayatollah. So he probably done that to kind of as a propaganda to scare the Iranian leaders and give hope to Iranian protesters. So do you give him credit for that or no?
Sure. Yeah. He got one good thing right. Good.
Right. He also did that, made that tweet, and as I said, that tweet did make Iranian regime to be scared, and it caused Iranian people to be more hopeful and more kind of
Cool. Do you
um,
remember that time that Trump turned on the TV and called the half the nation here terrorists?
assassination here. You mean America?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Okay,
wasn't cool. That
I
made me feel bad. Like people here at home, like my friends and my family, we felt weird and out of place and hopeless. That's what I think of. Like when y'all are under like on TV in your country and hurting, I think, dang, we're staring down the barrel of that right now. We should
I
go
mean
save
I
them.
don't. So are you kind of suggesting that Iranians are somehow privileged or something?
No. No, but you're asking for us to come save you, and you're like, look at the authoritarian leaders saving us that's imposing this on y'all. You should
Oh,
thank him a little bit. Just a little bit.
okay, but no one has ever done that for Iranians, right? This is historical.
Sick, sick. Did you know that Hitler, when he pretty much annexed Austria, they were stoked about it. They were stoked. Do you agree that was good?
Well, no, because that was
Why?
different.
They loved it.
Right now, because Hitler was an authoritarian dictator who took over Austria. Right now, Venezuela and Iran were authoritarian dictatorships.
What about Greenland?
Going to Greenland is different, but that's the thing.
That would be a good parallel, right?
I don't support everything, okay? I don't
All
support.
right. That's what
what
I'm
he's
pointing
doing in
out to
Greenland.
you. I don't support everything Hitler did either.
Right, but
I don't like Hitler.
no one likes Hitler. But the point is, like, okay, the point is, if I understand that Trump is doing so many messy things, and you don't like him for that, and I don't blame you. I respect your visions and everything. But what I'm saying, it's wrong to look at it black and white and be like, okay, because Trump is a bad person and he cares about Iranian people, we shouldn't care about Iranian people because it's what
the
Trump
Iranian
said.
people. He doesn't care. He's doing some good messaging for y'all, and I'm happy for you, but he doesn't care about y'all. I promise. He's slandered you twice now, and he's written laws to harm your people here in the United States because he quite frankly doesn't give a fuck about you, but he likes political points for doing things like this. Remember? Remember when there was all sorts of like Islamophobic hate and violence here after like 9/11, and then Trump like reignited that? You remember
My
that?
question is, okay, what does he mean by Islamophobia? Maybe he means hating radical Islam. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fun. But like 7 of the countries that he banned from coming here were not even Islam. So
that's the thing. So it's not about Islam. So that's the thing. Okay, I don't like the fact that I waited to get my visa 16 years, while other country only wait 2 years, right? I don't like that, right? But I mean, I don't know. You don't want spies or terrorists in this country.
Sure.
So I don't get what's wrong with the Muslim ban that much.
Okay. Do we have any like official people that have come like that? Like
What do you mean?
we have most of the people that do this stuff do come legally. And
right.
it's hard to thumb through, but yeah, sure. I like when we're talking about like people coming from south of the border, people coming people who he's deporting. 70% have zero criminal record. In fact, ICE, the average ICE officer has a worse criminal record than the people they're arresting. And they're coming out here doing their flavor of misjustice. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this, but I don't think this is a good reflection of like what's best, what's safe. We just had to do this to safe in our cities, and now here we are doing all of this. Like when Trump says these things, more harm happens than the actual incidents you're talking about. The actual fucking like terrorist incidents are tragic, but the continuous hate and hate crimes that follow that, and the 30 bomb threats that happened after he said like certain types of people eat dogs and cats, this happens all. None of it makes up for it. None of his nice words every once in a while make up for it.
What about the hate that comes from your side, for example? What about the guy who shot Charlie Kirk?
So that is horrible, and 70% of the people who do violent acts like that are on the right. So the rhetoric on the left would be like feed, house everybody. The rhetoric on the right is like we're Nazis, we other people, we hate trans people, we hate gay people. If you're not religious, we hate you. All these other things, and they want to separate everybody, and it ultimately always leads to violence. And they never do the economy right. So literally, if you ever vote for the people on the right, you're just voting for a worse economy because you have, I don't know, prejudices. So I don't know. I don't think there's much. We condemn violence on the left. Like when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, every one of our leaders came out and said, "Hey, that's not right. That's not good." And the people on the right came out and said that the left is evil, that we're terrorists. They wanted to take this moment to dogmatize their version of politics and ours, and make sure that they are poised for even more division.
What about all the anti-Semitism that comes from your side?
That's not a thing either. You guys literally have the Nazis, and they've been there since World War II. You have the Nazis on your side, like literally, Nazis.
That's a long time ago, bro.
No, you still have them.
They're fringe, okay? So calling Trump fascist, I mean, I'm not saying everything that he's doing is good, but calling the entire right fascist is like the right calling you Marxist and communist.
No. I think calling Trump fascist is accurate. Fascist is a type of politics. So like, if you've been bought into the fascist politics, like back then you were a Nazi, right? And I don't really care to sympathize with those types of people, but they are lost in the sauce. There's people who are Trumpian right now, very lost in the sauce, and they're cheering on
all
this current...
the people who are Trumpian?
Yes.
Do you think all of them think the same way?
I think that they've all consumed enough misinformation to be radicalized, yes.
What misinformation do you think I'm consuming?
Anywhere from COVID vaccination misinformation to the stolen election.
No, me as an individual. I mean, based on what the conversation that we had so far, what do you think I'm getting wrong?
No, I'm just gonna hit you with a few, and you tell me which one. Are you? You're either a flat earther, you're anti-government, you like big time anti-government. The election was stolen. Anti-vaccine.
And no, none of those things.
So none of those things were deal breakers for you. So it must be something just as radical.
Bro, what's deal breaker for me, as I said, is that I'm seeing that Trump is the only allies that my people have right now, and I have to support him.
What gave you that impression before the election?
Before that, okay. Before that election, he and people on his side were the only ones who were threatening the Iranian regime, right? And people from the other side of the spectrum oftentimes were supporting the regime just because they were pro-Palestine, and they didn't understand, they didn't realize that, oh, okay, not all pro-Palestinians are the same. Some of them want to wipe Israel off the map, you know?
What? Who said that?
The Ayatollah of Iran literally said countless of times that we should wipe Israel off the map. Oh. And I've seen in some pro-Palestine and during the 12-day war protests due to the war of Iran and Israel, some pro-Palestine protesters were waving the Islamic Republic of Iran flag and had
that's really bad.
Picture.
We can condemn that, but we have Israel actually bombing like schools and hospitals, all 34 hospitals.
Yes, they done that to Iran as well, and I condemn that as well.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: your side only condemns Israel, and I've never seen condemns the Islamic terrorists as much.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. We were fighting for human rights when Israel was indiscriminately bombing Palestine. We didn't have to stand there, like our signs aren't big enough to go free Palestine. And by the way, all of those Iranians, just the non-secular ones, and all the people in Iraq, and all the people like no, this is not something that is touched surface level politics in a while, has it? Besides the time that Trump just randomly bombed them and then lied about why he bombed them.
How do you know he lied?
Because there were no reports that they had enriched uranium past like 60 something percent.
So why do you think he bombed? If you think that the nuclear thing is an excuse?
I don't know. Trump is working 1,000 different angles. He got a fucking plane from the people who funded Hamas, but he's best friends with Netanyahu. I don't know, dude.
I mean, whatever he's doing to Iran, he'd probably make Iran better than it is now. I mean, I mean, if he wants to change the regime, I mean, I cannot imagine a worse regime.
Okay, sure. I don't know. You're not selling me on the fact that Iran needs a regime change. I can agree that like Iran as a whole is probably not doing great because of the way they've been doing things.
Right. But and now Iranians are changing the regime from the bottom and from the streets, and Trump is the only one who's on their side.
No, he's not, dude. He's not the only one on your side.
He tweeted, he supported. He's the only person who talked about Iran. Lindsey Grant is the only person who say "Make Iran Great Again," MAGA, and I mean, no one else is doing that.
Make Germany great again.
Yeah. Another thing, other than the Iran thing, I have a question. So I suppose that you're against racism, right?
Yeah.
Because you talked about Islamophobia and everything. My question is, do you think people can be racist towards white people as well?
You could be like prejudiced, sure.
Right. I can, based on what I can see, you look like a white American. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, I believe there is such a thing called reverse racism. I also think there is such a thing called internalized racism. So I think many white Americans from your side have this thing I call internalized reverse racism, meaning they're racist towards themselves as white people, and they kind of hate themselves and believe that, oh, because I'm white, I'm automatically, I don't know, a bad person, a colonizer, or a racist. And people like me who have brown skin is somehow superior. Like I feel in this woke culture has some sort of reverse racism and creates this hierarchy when non-white people become higher than white people. And I actually feel bad for white people, you know, despite the fact that I'm not white. And I kind of feel
So,
like,
all right.
why do you guys hate yourself so much?
Okay, so what you're describing to me is a very old idea called white fragility. And it is a white supremacy talking point. What you're doing is you're carrying water for white supremacists when you say that.
I'm not a white person. I just feel sympathetic to your side because I genuinely feel bad because white people are getting so much more hate than a brown Middle Eastern person like me. You're talking about Islamophobia, so I think anti-white rhetoric right now is more than someone like me. Like
you would have to show me the negative outcomes because right now, like 99% of all of Congress and everybody in power is all white. Every governor almost is white.
I mean, there are more white people in numbers, of course.
So there's no systemic oppression at all. In fact, if you're white, you get I think it's so we are the baseline for people who get punishment through our legal system. If you're Hispanic, I think you get a 17% longer sentence. If you're black, you get a 20. I don't know what it is for whatever nationality or race adjacent to you, but it's absolutely a privilege for people to be white, and it reflects everything down to education, homeownership, income, everything. So yeah, I absolutely do have a privilege. You shouldn't feel sorry for me. I walk through the day, and I see absolutely no speed bumps for myself whatsoever. and I get to acknowledge that, and I get to look at other people and lift them up instead of shame the people who lift them up. That's what you're doing, and that's exactly where we need to be. People are still alive. Rosa Parks, didn't she like just die? They're still alive
Yes.
from Jim Crow. Like, these people are still alive in power. All these old crusty ass fucking white men who just used to be able to say the N word freely and just wish they could again. But they're so sick of the woke race or the woke left calling them out on every single tiny thing that they've brought with them from racist America.
Don't you think that's because the woke media has kind of made kind of a miscommunication and kind of made everybody feel like it's some sort of indoctrination instead of education?
No, so the only indoctrination I think that really happens would be on the right. When they introduce Bibles into schools with legislation, like they're actually doing this in front of you and you don't care. Only thing that we champion on the left is like history and science and stuff. That's not really an indoctrination.
Well, I mean, what about all these woke movies, which all kind of feel like, I don't know, political, what's the word I'm
There's
looking for?
nothing more than equal representation, not even in movies and shows today. It's not even close yet still. And it just hurts to people when
But
they ruin it
in
for
many of
you.
these movies, they fail for not on all of them. There's some movies that get it right, and I love them. But like, when there is this movies who kind of make this woke culture kind of feel so forced, that actually
They've done that to
counterproductive
you.
because that makes people more racist.
The right
Because they make
the
people
right
resentful.
has done that to you. So that nothing has really changed in my opinion. So like I watched Die Hard the other day, and
Right.
there was a black cop, and what's that movie,
Right.
1988? If that came out
I think
today,
so.
every single one of you motherfuckers would be crying about there being a black cop. That's what you would have done.
Well, can I go back to that topic of you were talking about immigration earlier, right? We
Yeah.
talked a little bit about ICE and illegal immigrants and everything. So you you uh, you said that 70% of those uh, immigrants who were deported did not commit a crime, right?
70% of the arrests made by ICE, you can see this, it's public information. None of them have criminal records. And if you look at
My
the
question
average
is,
ICE officer, police in general are 40% more likely to do domestic abuse. And it just falls in line with like the archetype of somebody that's unqualified and doesn't have a job and would jump on the opportunity to work for ICE. We actually have pictures of dudes with like SS and Nazi tattoos that work for ICE.
oh, because
Deplorables.
some people in ICE were Nazis doesn't make the whole organization Nazi.
I think they're mostly just deplorables, like the bottom of the gutter, like shitty people willing to do the same people that were recruited by like the browncoats in Nazi Germany. It was Law and Order, right? You got to mind what they say.
Okay, I have a question for you. Isn't illegal immigration itself a crime? I
It's the
mean,
same as speeding. So the punishment is $250, Class C misdemeanor, up to 6 months in prison, and that never happens. No one goes 6 months in jail for any of these crimes, but and it just costs us money to do so. But no, it's not even close. And what I would say is like the outcomes for speeding would be worse. But someone just paid to kick you. I appreciate you calling. You're welcome to come back some other time. All right.
all right, of course.
Sue, thank you for the kick. W Sue's in the chat. I'm worried to death that I may have gone too hard in the I don't give a fuck about Iraq thing. But you know what I meant. Wait for this next guest to connect chats. We'll get some more soy boys on the line. I saw liberals yeah, like isn't the like caricature of a liberal like bleeding heart liberal. We care about everybody. And here y'all are going, look at us. Look what we did for the people of Venezuela. When like 3 months ago, y'all were like, fuck them, send them to prison, send those motherfuckers to CCOT, fuck them. Now you guys are like, see what we did? We're great. We're the good guys. Guys, I turned the phone back on. So if you're trying to call in, it should be open now.
Yo,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's going on, dude? I was listening to your conversation with that last guest,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't say he was Muslim, did he?
No.
You were
Actually, he
talking to
did
him
admit to
like
it
he was
after I said
Muslim.
that. But I told him about the yes, Trump talking about Islamophobia and
Right. Well,
banning Iran, right? Or Iraq.
I think it's fantastic what Trump's going to do to Iran. I hope he gets that towel head right out of there, the Ayatollah. Those people have been under
Dog, you can't
a
say
dictatorship.
that.
Those people have been under a dictatorship for 45 years. Why do you think they're rising up now?
You can't say that, dude. That last guest, I hope he heard you say that. That's like post Civil War screaming, we freed the N words. What are you doing? Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what I meant. Civil rights. Yellow.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
So I like that he brought back all of the hostages from Gaza to Israel and basically achieved more or less stable peace there with Gaza and Israel. So I'm a major proponent for that.
I honestly think it's weird to celebrate right now, like yet. Isn't it still like turmoil?
Yeah, no, so I'm sorry, in the sense that he was able to get back the hostages, and that I really didn't see this from the previous administration. So I have a lot of appreciation for what President Trump has done. I'm not saying that I agree with every decision he makes. However, I will say that I voted for him because a lot of the things that he has done, I agree with.
Biden had 18 months of negotiations happening with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was just coming and hanging out with Trump in Mar-a-Lago. So I have my own doubts about how that
Sure.
really played out. But I don't know. I don't like to praise a president for foreign affairs after what he's doing at home is like military police state and uh kind of partaking in seriously divisive rhetoric and politics that the nation's never been more divided, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say that is my first point in the sense that he has helped stabilize that conflict more or less, and that I didn't really see President Biden bring a decisive end to the Israel-Gaza conflict, nor did he help free any of the hostages from captivity. So
I
in
don't
the
think
sense
that
that
was
I
like a
see a lot
personal
more
choice,
progress.
bro. I don't think it's a personal choice. I think that Trump got lucky or he just was in the right time frame. But I don't think Trump is some great diplomat, right? Like he can't even get along with people at home.
I'm not saying I don't vote for politicians and look at them as a purveyor of morality and ethics. I vote for them in the sense that I look to see that they can keep their promises and become a good leader. I'm not looking to them as
I don't
some
know why you
sort
would
of
vote for
merit.
Trump. Can you name a promise he fulfilled his first administration?
Getting all the hostages home, he fulfilled
His
that
first
promise.
administration.
I'm not talking about his first administration because I don't know as much. I'm talking about second
Well, you
administration
voted for him
specifically.
because he fulfilled his promises. So the timeline would be you saw his first administration and then you voted. What did you see?
It wasn't about I just got into politics recently, so I don't know as much about the first administration. It's more like I saw what he said and I've seen him carry it out in
Someone is
office.
saying Biden brought home more hostages. I'm going to look that up. But I'm
Sure.
going to tell you a little
I
bit
don't believe
of
that's the case. Sure.
so Trump actually said he was going to build a wall in his first administration, didn't do it, stole some money from the Department of Defense with an executive order and built like 50 miles of wall. It's like a joke.
hmm
And then he said he was going to write a replacement for the ACA. It's been 10 years. He still hasn't written one. And he said he was coming out in 2 weeks, like the summer of fucking 2017.
Okay.
He kept saying that. He also said he was going to pass the infrastructure, didn't do it. Biden did it. Didn't write any legislation for the border. Biden tried to, and Trump stopped them. I don't know. Biden was the most productive president in like the last 30 years, I'd say. But I don't know. It's hard to pay attention to real politics when Trump is yapping in your fucking ear, childish bullshit, and saying that Kamala's not black and all that stuff.
Sure. So fine, we can move on if you wish from the Israel-Palestine conflict. That's not the only point in his favor. I like that he fulfilled and followed through on purging DEI from the military. I don't believe it should have any part or anything to do with the military whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, how do you think DEI affected the military?
Sure, 100%. Okay, so look at the look. You can take a look at the Marines. 2015, they brought out a few statistics. They had a mixed units of men and women compete against all male units, and all the male units outperform the mixed units in every single capacity. Number two, my problem with DEI in the military is that you're
No,
going to
what
have
was
to
their
wait.
DEI? What was their DEI policy?
Lowering the tests for women to join, I believe it was the Marines, lowering the amount of push-ups for the physical test to allow
For
these
women?
women to. That's my problem.
Okay. So DEI, for the most part, I don't know about the military, but it affects mostly, it helps white women. But I think DEI is like the new boogeyman that Trump came up with. And if you want to make the military stronger and raise the like requirements, do that. Do it. But instead, what he's done is like cast a war on the stuff that we've done that we have to acknowledge racism on a daily basis. And I think that's what he doesn't like. So when we do things in the name of DEI as a private business, I think it's like extremely helpful. There's nothing but studies that just show that they do better in productivity. And if we do that with if we do that with the military, I think that we could probably see some similar results. But what I think Trump has done is he's plainly stated this in his Agenda 47. He's plainly stated that he just wants to fire Democrats from the military, which is extremely anti-constitutional, authoritarian, fascist.
Sure, but when I look at DEI, I believe that I don't care if you're white, black, straight, gay, female. I don't care ethnicity. I believe you should be granted your job based on merit alone and not to fill some sort of political agenda. In the sense that these women who are entering the Marines and the U.S. Armed Forces, they are actually having to lower the standards to accommodate these women. And I don't believe you should compromise on the qualitative of a military.
It's to increase recruitment, dude. We've done anything, everything to increase recruitment rates, and that's probably just one of those things.
But probably, I don't believe that's the case. And second of all, I've seen the studies for women in the Army and for DEI. They are more likely to incur, you can fact check me on this, by the way, more likely to incur musculoskeletal injuries. Studies have shown, I believe it's actually in the Israeli Defense Forces, that mixed units, a lot of the times, men would prioritize the woman over the actual safety and the actual whatever mission.
Wait, so you're like full? Are you just against women being in the military?
No, I'm not against women. I believe.
And why are you saying that?
In the Army. Can I please finish? Sorry, just real quick. I promise you can talk afterward. I'm not against women in the army. I'm against if they don't meet the standard that's already been established by the army. I don't believe in lowering those standards.
Oh,
If
yeah.
a woman can meet those standards, great, let them in. I'm all
Sure.
for that.
I don't
right?
really care. I honestly like. So when it comes to the military, I honestly think that we're getting to a point where like your physical fitness isn't necessary. Like we're not fucking warriors in 300 anymore. Like we're using drones and shit. I think it's silly, and I think it's just trying to invoke this like sense of nationalist and patriotism in people, and trying to make us like feel tough again. When I'm pretty sure that's done nothing but weed the military and make it feel weaker. Like especially kicking all the trans people out of the military and then taking away their benefits. I think it's a huge slap in the face. I think he's just trying to polarize the military. So you can hide it behind whatever you want, like push-ups and whatever. You can't show me a front and where we're feeling as a military in regards to like people lacking physical fitness. I think that's fucking dumb. I think it's irrelevant almost.
I would respectfully disagree. Take a look at the operation in Venezuela. You might disagree with it, but you'll notice there wasn't a single woman in that Delta Ranger
Again,
army.
I don't what? I don't. Okay. Okay. If it takes a certain threshold to become SEAL Team 6,
Sure.
then that's cool. That's cool. That's fine. And a
Right.
woman doesn't make it, sure, fine, sure. But I don't
that's the
don't
kind of
really
thing
sit.
that-
I don't want to sit
it's
here and
some-
obsess over men and women. Who's better? Like we're polarizing the country with this kind of talk and debate. And if this is where your head's at, it's just because Trump and
No, that
fascism
points back-
fascism champions sexism.
No, it's not about I think women are bad. I don't think that at all. My point is that DEI, which had you having women and all these other things in a unit who can't meet the certain requirements. I don't.
That's, again,
think-
that's
I
not.
don't
I don't think that's DEI, dude.
It
Again,
is.
roll it back. I don't care. Roll up, make the requirements harder. If you want tougher women that can do more push-ups, fucking go for it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, but Donald Trump was trying to neutralize and get rid of an extra paid DEI because of how harmful it is in the military. Do you know? I'm saying we could argue semantically. What do you believe DEI is? If you don't mind me asking.
Diversity, equity, inclusion. So
Okay.
I think I actually have an actual realistic version of what DEI is, and maybe you don't.
Sure,
So
explain,
can
walk
you
me through it.
can you give me a DEI policy outside of the military that you don't like? That's not
Yes.
affirmative
Are you familiar
action.
with the students? Are you familiar with Students for Fair Admissions against Harvard case?
Sure. But I'm talking about aside from affirmative action.
That's what DEI is as an outlier of DEI. That's what DEI springs from. So that's
Okay, so
literally at the core
affirmative
argument.
action's done with. It's done away with the
Right,
courts, right?
But DEI is an outlier of that. I'm saying.
So okay, so DEI now, what would you say is like a problematic thing that like a private company is doing?
Sure. So I'm not as well versed in this, but I guess my sentence would be is that you are prioritizing diversity of ethnicity rather than granting someone a job based on merit alone. Again,
False.
I don't care if you're black. No, that's what
Again,
DEI is at
that's
its
not
core.
what DEI is. So I'm gonna help you out. DEI would be doing your best to not have race determine the outcome of your hiring process. So, for instance, DEI would be blind resumes because there are studies out there done by, I believe, Stanford or Harvard that say that you are 20% less likely to get a call back if your name sounds black. So you would almost want to change your name, or as a company, you could be responsible and cover up the names on your resumes. That's DEI.
Sure, but also DEI is saying, okay, we don't have enough black people serving as
There's no one doing
okay,
that.
We don't have enough.
There's no one doing that.
Actually, I thought. Can I please finish? We take a look at United. I believe they said they wanted a certain amount of female black pilots by I believe it was 2027.
Do you
can
know
look
why?
It up. That was a survey.
I know that. I know because
Sure.
they were completely underrepresented, and they wanted to increase hiring by 50% because they were so underrepresented.
Okay, but representation again. You should be getting your job based off of merit.
But they
alone,
weren't.
Not because. Of,
So that's not what was happening, right? Because it couldn't possibly be that only white people were good pilots for like tens of years. That would be weird, wouldn't it?
yeah, no one's saying that. I'm not saying
Well,
that.
that's what happened.
So
So we have to work against that to keep y'all racist motherfuckers from just hiring white people.
I don't see that. I don't see. I believe any black man. I don't believe there's a single thing in America a person as a black man or a black woman cannot do in 2026.
Okay,
I find it
and
very hard to believe.
can I ask you also for the black
Sure.
pilots, was there like more or less flight hours required for that?
For that one specifically, I'm not sure. Again,
Yeah,
I don't
it
have.
was
I
the
don't know
same.
every single specific.
It was the same. So this is
But
just a straw man. This is a straw man to get the conversation going. This is the thing Charlie Kirk opened, this Pandora's box of it's basically white supremacy light. He also perpetuated kind of like the what's it called? Great replacement theory. All of these
sure.
little slights that we can argue about all day, it's just racism light. It's just prepping you guys down the
Can I ask you
pipeline of
something?
yeah,
Do you know what percent of America the black population makes up?
13.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask something. Do you believe? Okay, 13%. Okay, which means there are 87% white people. So don't you believe that racism notwithstanding, it's not a matter of racism, it's because there are a lot less black people, let alone ones applying to be pilots, than white
No,
people. Can
we
we agree on
already
that?
they did that they did that math, dude. That's what they were saying.
So disprove that logic.
No,
13%.
it was disproportional. That's the word. So like if there weren't 13% pilots that were black and it was like 0.00001, they said, "Okay, this is bad. Something's going on."
Meaning, I'm saying though there are a lot less black people in America specifically than white people. Who
Okay,
are,
but
even
what
are
if it was
applying as pilots.
13% and there was only 0.0001%? What would you do to fix that? What would you do
To fix what?
to fix that disproportionate like hiring? Like all of the if you had 10,000 pilots all white and you had like one black pilot, what would you do to like start fixing that?
Start fixing that. I would start to see. First of all, I would see: are there actually people who are being inhibited or prevented from becoming a pilot because of the race or ethnicity? That is the first thing I would do.
DEI.
No,
You're
but
a
not
radical
DEI.
leftist.
No.
You're a
DEI
radical
is just
leftist.
no. I'm sorry, man. Look, no. DEI would say, okay, we don't like this. We're gonna fill a quota and get 60% black people.
That's
I
not
would
true.
not go. Yes, that is what DEI
That's
essentially
not
is.
what
I'm
DEI.
sorry.
Are
It's
you over
trying
18,
to
by
fill
the
a
way?
quota saying we don't have enough of this. That's what you can look this up.
You can look this up. No company is going. Listen, we're missing 3 black people in the Genius Bar, so we need 3 black people. A stat. No one's doing that, dude. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? That's what the whole United Airline thing was.
Okay, post. So when all of that is illegal, this day and age right now, what is Trump talking about when he hates DEI?
Because again, DEI at its core is about hiring based off of skin color, not about
It's not.
competency or
That is
meritorious.
that is the fallacy Trump wants you to buy. This is the, the wrong understanding, right? Like blind resumes. Does that do what you just told me that does? No. Blind resumes levels the playing field. Or, by the way, you can't go around and tell companies to stop doing DEI because all of these companies have nothing but numbers to show that DEI helps their productivity and their bottom line. So if you want to go tell them and make sure they make less money, you can go try, but that would be a bad idea.
Sure. Can you provide me facts backing that up that a majority of companies that implement DEI policies have substantial growth, profit
Yes.
margins, everything?
DEI. It's a. I think Forbes and Harvard did studies on this.
Sure.
Forbes, why diversity leads to better team performance. And then there's another one on Pew Research Center too. Love Pew. Yeah, Harvard. The why behind DEI may predict long-term success. Achieve DEI goals without DEI programs. The why, the one I just told you about, it is a critique on how DEI is good and how some people are just doing it improperly and how they could fix it.
Okay, so walk me through what would properly look like to you, or what would improper look like?
So improper would be like the caricature that you just gave me, that like most rednecks that live in a bubble out in the middle of nowhere and hear Trump speak twice a day. That's what they think. And then DEI that I think works is like blind resumes. Uh, uh, Instead of hiring like your son, promising to put the position out in a 500-mile radius for X amount of days, that's DEI.
Sure, that last part is not DEI though. That's
Is.
just a line more. That's not. How is that DEI? I agree with that last premise. I don't say that's DEI.
How is it not diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Allowing someone to take up a position is not DEI. That's literally just offering up a job opportunity.
No,
Saying we're trying
offering
to
the
increase the amount
job in a X amount of radius for a certain amount of days before doing nepotism is the epitome of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I don't believe offering up a job. It might be nepotism favoring a child, yes, in that position, but if you're allowing anyone to take that job, I don't see how that's DEI.
It is removing. It is. It is doing things based on merit.
DEI is actually anti-doing things based on merit. You have to.
That's not
fulfill a
true. That
certain
is
standard.
that is a straw man of DEI. DEI absolutely involves merit every time.
If that were the case, then I would not be calling here and be disagreeing with you. DEI does not include merit.
It does.
Again, look at wait. Can you even figure out one more thing? I do have to go. It's not because I don't want to debate. I have to go back to work. I want to ask you one more thing. Is that all right with you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the Students for Fair Admissions against Harvard?
I think I have to read into it.
Okay, so Students for Fair Admissions for Harvard, I believe it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was sometime in 2023 that I believe basically a lot of Asian and white people were actually discriminated when taking a bunch of tests because they were white and Asian, and they actually got a decreased score. And I believe it was found unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And the other Hispanic people, Latino people actually got their score buffed and got better grades. I believe that is DEI being employed in school. So I do believe under that, I don't see how DEI is effective. I just see how it's harming white people. And Asian people.
So that falls under the umbrella of DEI. It is not DEI.
Sure.
So
But
that DEI is a million different things, and it's not that, especially not now. And DEI is the thing that I just said. Like, if you look at the HR department of people's hiring practices, under DEI would say exactly what I just told you. To show that they have fair hiring practices, they would absolutely have to advertise that job in a certain way for a certain period of time, and also making conscious decisions to look at two different candidates who are equally shoulder to shoulder in merit, and then choosing somebody from like a poor neighborhood rather than somebody who came from a affluent family. That's DEI, because your company would actually benefit from having different perspectives instead of just a bunch of rich white men with silver spoons.
sure, but the admissions that were given for Asian Americans in Harvard were actually discriminated against, and preferential treatment was given for other racial groups. I'm saying it might not be. Sorry, yeah.
Would you say the Electoral College is DEI?
No, I don't believe one has to do with the other.
I do. So I do believe Electoral College is basically making like old redneck men that live out in the country makes their vote count more because they're far from civilization, right? Like, so someone in Wyoming, their vote counts like 12 times more because of where their feet are, because they're Republican usually.
Sure, but correct me if I'm wrong. Literally, the only way the Electoral College works, my understanding, is that you have electorals equal to the amount of House of Representatives and senators, and that whoever wins the most, winner takes all in every state, I believe, except for Nebraska.
No, there's not every state is winner takes all. And
I said except for Maine and Nebraska.
Yeah. But
right. So
but
I don't
no,
see how that's
so like here in Texas, there's 8 million Democrats or liberals, and there's I think it's like 5.7 million Republicans, but somehow it's been under Republican rule
No, but
forever.
it's a red state, no?
Huh?
Am I wrong?
What?
I thought I was under the impression that Texas was a red state, unless I'm wrong.
There's no such thing. I mean, they're pretty much just gerrymandered to be red.
Sure.
But I would say that
redistricting every couple of years to account for that.
Yeah, all right.
No, I'm serious. You can laugh all you want. It's in the Constitution. This is how Electoral College works.
So we can see that there's unfair practices in regards to that, but we can also see that DEI, that the Electoral College has given people with the unpopular vote a chance to win elections, right?
I'm sorry, man, but you know how electoral college works, right? I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, so what part of that is unfair? Because they do redistrict every couple years.
Does that make it fair?
Yes, I believe so. Well, what part of electoral college do you disagree with? I guess DEI, not even DEI notwithstanding, honestly. What part of it?
So basically, people feel disenfranchised if they live in a state or an area that is underpopulated, so their votes count much more. And by the way, the House of Representatives does not reflect the amount of representatives they should have considering population. If we did that, we would
Incorrect.
have ton more.
Electorals, it goes to electorals for the two state senators and the amount of representatives. You can fact check me on this on Google. Per state.
No, I'm saying that they don't count equally, right?
In what sense?
So like 500,000 people in Wyoming
Sure.
versus a California voter, or you could say if you're a Republican in California, does your vote count at all when you vote for the president?
Depending on which districts, because some districts are more Republican.
So why does that matter?
but
Why would it matter what district when you're voting federally?
when you're voting federally in California, it's not going to matter because it's predominantly Democratic, and that's the way it works. It's essentially a popular vote, but on a much smaller scale for each district. So I have no problem with that. I'm a Republican myself, but if the majority is Democratic, it's not DEI. It's just what the people want. So I don't see how that's
It shouldn't matter what district. I think that the popular vote should happen, and that's the only way that with your little electoral college is the only way they can lock out blue votes from certain states.
I believe if you don't have electoral college, then there's really no incentive for people to campaign in other smaller states, and they're not going to really be represented.
They only campaign in 7 states right now.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe President Trump campaigned in a great many states. Did he not?
I know, but they only focus like when he promises he's gonna do fucking tariffs on cars and shit.
Sure.
That helps a few 100,000 Pennsylvanians and one of the swing states that matter, like that, at the behest of all of us.
Right, but I'm saying regardless of promises being made, I believe without the electoral college, then what's the point of the less populated states?
Well,
voting
if
then?
they don't really contribute to like society as much as those big populations, then maybe they should be visited less, right? Like I feel like
So
if some old person in the middle of Wyoming who gets subsidized farming like thousands a year from us and then votes Democrat, I think that they should just go like just put their vote in the same pot as everyone else, and I think that it should count just as much as everyone else.
Right, but I agree it should count just as much. I'm saying, why is a person's efficacy to vote determined by their socioeconomic status, right? Like, if I have a family and I suddenly lose my job, I have a bunch of kids, I can't, and the kids are doing nothing to help financially, I can't kill off a couple kids to feed my family. It doesn't work like that. So you can't make a decision based off of someone's socioeconomic status. I believe every person should have the right to vote, regardless of where they're holding.
I'm not saying they shouldn't vote. I'm just saying that Republicans usually benefit from the Electoral College because it's DEI for rednecks. Their votes weigh so much more heavily in certain areas. And I believe this all started out with slavery, right? This all came to be with slavery and the Three-Fifths Compromise?
But respectfully, I don't see how it's DEI because it matters about districts, it matters about representation, who people vote for House of Representatives and state senators. So I don't see how it's particularly DEI one way or another.
It absolutely is because the Electoral College changes the outcome of elections. For instance, when Trump won, his Electoral College gave y'all more votes, more power, but 3,000 less or 3 million less votes. So it's basically for the poor little rednecks that live out in the middle of nowhere, their votes count more.
But I disagree because, again, if you do away with the Electoral College and you just have a popular vote, then, again, what's the point of going to the smaller states? Just because they're smaller, why should their vote be any less effective? I guess that's my question.
Then we have internet now, so we can just televise elections everywhere.
No, but it's not about televisation in the sense that why would presidential candidates go and campaign in these smaller states if their votes aren't going to matter because they're so small? If you're just doing it by population standards,
Well,
you're not doing the electoral college.
if it's a president, your vote really doesn't matter that much, then I guess then your vote doesn't matter that much, right? Like you wanted
But
to
yeah,
vote,
that's only
you
because
you want to DEI those small states?
again, I don't believe there's a correlation between DEI and the
Yeah,
electoral
you're
college.
trying to
It's
make
not
them
about being
included,
black.
right? Is that the word? Is that the proper word? Inclusion? You want to make sure they're included?
But not because of race, ethnicity, or gender.
It
By
doesn't have to be
population.
because of race.
But it's not what DEI is. DEI is not about
Geography.
population.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
but
Well,
that's
then we'll just say statehood. You don't have to say nationality. We'll call statehood.
But what does that change? I'm saying we want population has nothing to do. I don't care if you're white, black, gay. I don't. None of that matters to me. I don't care.
But that is the case, though, right? Like Republicans always, literally always, will draw maps that are very racist towards black people.
Explain
And
that one to me. Gerrymandering, I believe, is the term. I might be
yeah,
pronouncing it wrong, but I don't believe they're redistricting it for black people. I believe it's more like they're trying to get more Republicans or Democrats. I don't see how blacks are being racially discriminated against.
oh, they absolutely are. So
Discriminated
they
against.
literally do these maps based on race. It's not an accident.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Can I ask you? Or can I ask you for a source for that last statement you just made?
Yeah. So what they do is they look at like Texas actually just fought for this in Supreme Court and won.
Redistrict, right.
Yeah.
Redistricting, right. But
Yeah,
what does it count as being
redistricting,
black?
and they say, okay,
Sure.
well, 90% of the black vote goes Democrat, so they go, all these black people, we're going to put them in one district, and we're going to break up a bunch of white people into a bunch of small districts, and there are going to be 12 districts that vote red and one district that votes blue.
Can you show me like an actual substance of those source though? 'Cause I disagree. Can you like pull up a fact for me from a study or a research thing? I'm not trying to
Yeah.
be inflammatory. I disagree. I just want to see if you can like pull up for me if that's all right.
They also do the same thing with voter ID. Help may disenfranchise black people. Republican lawmakers in North Carolina move forward proposal today to redraw all of the state's congressional map in a way that will eliminate its only swing district. The mid-decade redistricting is part of nationwide push by Trump because he did it strangely on and off here. Because his policies are so unfavorable that he knows he's going to lose. Last week, U.S. Supreme Court appeared willing to issue a ruling to further that effort during arguments with Louisiana. NAACP Legal Defense Fund President Janae Nelson argued the case before the court in defense of Louisiana voters, and she joins us now. Blah, 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 blah. This is just transcription. These turnouts, very interesting. Product Enforce Voting Rights Act. This is just a transcription of an argument.
Sure.
What is
And then,
redistricting? How does it work?
One more thing. Just to tell, I'm just curious. I have to go in a minute. What is your take on illegal immigration as a whole?
So illegal immigration poses almost no negative outcomes and almost all positive outcomes in my eyes. And I think that the polarization and the politicalization of undocumented migrants in the United States is nothing more than political theater and I don't know, it's just ramping up racism and
That's
polarization.
all right. But I guess my question is, sorry, what was I gonna say? Yeah. But definitionally, if you're entering illegally, you're committing a crime, right? So I guess I'm asking you is like, let's say you were the king of a country, and you discovered there are 10 million people, squatters in your country illegally. What would you do?
10 million here.
Let's say I'll give you an arbitrary number. It could be 10,000, whatever the number is. Like you're the ruler of a country. And
I'm a ruler of a country, and I find out there's 10 million illegal squatters.
Or 10,000, whatever number.
So what I would do is I would look at, I would ask all of my economists to bring me numbers about their presence and what they do to our economy, and then I would ask them for numbers on ejecting them all. I would ask for numbers on giving them amnesty, and I would look at all of my options, and then I would figure out which option I like, and then not present it to the public in such a vile fashion that people get violent. I would do it very civilly, and I would say here. We're gonna give. It's probably look like 90% amnesty. make sure they're here legally, paying taxes, getting benefits, so that they rise socially and economically appropriately to make our economy even better when it comes time. Make sure they're educated. I would do all of that. On the other side, you can look at Trump and the economy before and after, and you can look at projections. There's nothing but projections showing the economy going in the negative in almost every metric when you do mass deportation.
Okay.
So there's not a single lie that Trump can say that can convince me economically that this is good. So the
Okay.
rest of it is just racism and political theater in my mind.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So the way I see it is that I believe there's due process, right? I don't have a problem with people immigrating. My problem is when people start to think that immigration is more of a right than a privilege. I believe that no. I believe that it's a privilege and not a right. And
You're
I
just
believe that
describing some
all the
feelings. So what you're doing is you're
no.
describing like this like feeling thing you have when if you just look at
Okay.
it objectively, you're
Okay.
talking you're about to tell me how much money you're about to spend because of these feelings you have.
I wasn't gonna say that. No, that wasn't my argument actually.
Go ahead.
So sorry. So I didn't mean to come from an emotional standpoint. I believe, objectively speaking, that living in a country is a privilege and not a right, and that I would argue and say that maybe not every single illegal immigrant, but a lot of them are violent criminals. Some of them are bringing in drugs, and that I believe that we should be deporting them all as ethically possible, allow due process, and that how we have so much crime and stuff in America, we should focus on that first. Sort of like how they tell you when you're on a flight that with oxygen masks, you put on your own oxygen mask first before helping the person next to you.
Mhm.
So I believe the same logic should apply to immigration, regardless of who the president is.
So this is
If you
this is what
disagree,
we're doing though. So like uh Trump is taking $140 billion away from the resources that we could be using to actually police the people who do crimes. Last year, if you were to take a swing at it, how many murders took place in the United States?
I'm not sure. Maybe in the middle. I have to go a minute. I don't know.
It's 17,000.
200,000. Okay. Per year?
Yeah. How many of
Okay.
them do you think were undocumented migrants?
I would say I'm giving a complete random guess. Maybe I don't know, under 10%.
The number is 29. They did 29 murders last year.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking percentage wise. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, so they were like
Sure.
0.01%,
Okay.
0.001 or
So
something. So they're
okay.
literally negligible, and if we did absolutely nothing, nobody would know. But we do have 6 extra dead people from ICE. We have $140 billion that we've lost that could have literally just solved homelessness. I think it's absolutely
Homelessness.
incoherent what we're doing.
One more thing. I have a question. Are you on live stream later tonight? I'm not trying to get out of the day. I just need to get back to work. Are you also on at night or just around this time?
I'm sporadic.
Okay, fine. So I want to say one more point. I don't believe homelessness is a money problem. I believe it's a mental health problem, in the sense that people aren't homeless because of finance. It's because of they should be either getting the help they need or put in institutionalized to help cope.
Yeah, I know.
So I
I
don't
get
believe
that, but
right.
there's entire
Sure.
countries without homelessness, and it was just a money thing. So,
Okay, fine. All right. I really appreciate the respectful debate. Thank you.
all right, take it easy, man.
All right, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man.
No problem. There will always be people with mental health issues. So, unless you have some sort of solution to solve that, we got to use money. Senior homelessness population has risen. That part is not money. Yeah. I think it's extremely demonizing, and I get it because that's the rhetoric that you're told as a Republican. Like my parents are Republican. My dad told me stuff just like that. I think he literally would just tell me, he would point at homeless people and be like, "Hey, these people choose to be like that." And the truth is, if you look closer, they're like Vietnam War veterans, people who were kicked out of their house because they were gay, uh, people who were beaten, people who were abused. Yeah, people who lost their jobs, people who just dealt with life. Like, I have been this close to homelessness like this year. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not, I might be a little crazy, but I'm not that. I mean, do you want to pay for my health care, my mental health care? Please pay for it. A lot of us are 2 months from being homeless. Yeah. Yeah. Mental health is expensive. Dude, what was it called? BetterHelp? Dude, that shit was so ass. BetterHelp is so ass, chat. Deed theft among elderly. I never think about that. BetterHelp is a scam? I know. Ah, chat. How's everything else, guys? Guys, should I do a taco Tuesday? Worse help. Not good or help. Bad the help. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
As again, one from Australia.
Whoa. What's going on? What do you like about Trump?
Well, I like that he's deporting, drug press who are back to Mumbai. Fucking hell, mate.
I couldn't hear what he said. Anyone translate? That was a thick Aussie accent. That bloke had a thick accent. Boy. Fucking hell, mate. I hope that didn't cost me long distance. He said the dingo ate your baby. That Seinfeld episode is the best. Host is wearing a Pokemon hat? You bet your fucking tiny wiener I am, dude. Advocate, you can't double dip, dude. If you come to a fucking Mexican restaurant with me and double dip like this, I'll fucking slap your hand off the table. I'll slap the chip right out of your hand. Seinfeld sucks? No. What is double dipping? It's what you're. Of course, you don't know what double dipping is, dude. Curb is better than Seinfeld. I could not get sucked into Curb. I get it though. I get it. It's funny. I saw the episode where he kept hawking up a hair from the back of his throat for like, was it like 2 episodes? I'm a Friends fan. I am too. I hate Frasier though. Dude, Frasier's MAGA. That guy's MAGA. MAGA hat episode's funny. Oh God. Parks and Rec is good. Community. Do we have any Community fans out there? Dan Harmon, one of the best show writers ever. I love Community, and I love Donald Glover. I want the bromance him and Abed had. I want that so bad. I would literally, I would kill for that kind of bromance. The Aussie again. Oi oi. Fact: 68% of legal immigrants are getting government money or benefits. Facts you don't lack. Fact: 101% pay taxes. I'm counting Melania. Chat. There's a Cash App and a Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support the stream, that's the best way to do it. And also, don't forget to join my Discord because I'm lonely and I hang out in there and I game. Curtis! It's in my link tree, Curtis. Follow me. I think I've talked to you. Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up, man?
Dude, I'm a liberal content creator. Follow me, okay?
I got you.
I probably appreciate you, Texas Cowboy.
Tell me, is that not the same guy? Guys, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. That guy's my cousin. Did TDS make your hair fall out? No, that was just my elevated testosterone levels. Chad, are we what are we doing here? Yellow.
Yo, my boy Picadillo, what up, dog?
What's up, bub?
Listen, I was just thinking, why did Bill Clinton didn't show up for his subpoena today? I mean, don't you think he would know something about Trump when he actually flew with Epstein like 17 times and went to the White House? I don't know how many times.
I guess
Like,
so.
don't you think
It's a
there
it's
would
a
be something
it's a
that he knows
it's a
about?
damn shame this administration's made a joke out of congressional subpoenas, or else I'd be crying right with you.
No, no. I mean, eventually he's gonna have to come. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna handle him. And another good question. Do you think Hillary will show up tomorrow?
No, they both said they're not showing up.
And what gives them the right?
I don't
I
know.
mean, I don't know much about politics. You are the expert here, right?
So
So what
congressional
gives them the
subpoenas,
what gives them the right?
they expire at the end of Congress. So if they just don't show up and they wrap it up in court for long enough, they don't have to do shit. Just like all of Trump's cronies, that's what they do.
Yeah, but I mean, the Democrats have been saying there's something about Trump in those files, and this guy has. I mean, he was basically Epstein best friend, and he doesn't know. I mean, he never got to talk to him about Trump. Like, I'm curious to hear about that, don't you?
I don't think we're gonna get any sort of fair or like realistic view of what's going on with the Epstein files when Epstein's best friends is the one administering us the files.
I think Trump actually set you guys up with those files, bro, because I'm damn sure that there's nothing there that can
Yeah,
like
Trump literally his DOJ Pam Bondi went through all of it before they released it. No, what you're
but
saying?
that's
There's
still a
nothing
talking
about
point,
Trump
right?
in there. Whoa.
That's like a talking point, right? Because what you saying that she erased it
Yeah, actually, you
information
can
about
literally
Trump?
see it. So, like, if you go to a PDF, straight from the website from the gov.gov, you can click on a PDF. You can type Control F for find, and then you type in Trump, and it says 0 search results. Then you type Trump space, and it's 600 search results. So they definitely scrubbed it and made it unsearchable for the word Trump. At least, at the very
But
least.
nobody can
Yes.
search it, right? Not people in Congress. Nobody can search it. Nobody at all.
I don't know who has access to it, unfettered access, unredacted access, but besides us, I guess. But we were able to unredact it too.
You're not talking about the ones that they actually find out what was below, right? That they actually
Yeah, some of
were
them
able to
were
read.
effectively you were able to go through redaction. Some of them
Oh,
were,
okay.
not all of them.
Just some of them,
Yeah,
not all of them.
yeah.
So you think on the little ones that they didn't go through, there's probably something about Trump in there?
Yeah, I think they did a very bad job scrubbing. They were on a timeline. In fact, we only have 10% of the documents or something. They haven't released everything.
Oh my God.
So
Hey,
yeah,
and what do you know? What do you know about the transcripts? Like, are we gonna get that at any point? Like, there's still like 3 judges holding. There's 2, I think, in Florida and 1 in New York holding the transcripts. Why they don't show us that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I didn't vote for those judges.
Yes, you did. Those are Democratic judges.
I
There
highly
was 2
doubt they're all
appointed.
Democrat judges.
No, yeah. No,
Highly doubt.
I'm telling
I
you
bet
because
you
I
we
know.
can find. I
I
bet you can
Yeah.
find
Go ahead and
plenty
Google
of
it.
people on your side that are involved in
Go
this that are
listen.
Republican judges.
Listen. Go ahead and Google it. There's 2 in Florida appointed by, I think, 1 by Clinton and one by Obama, and the other one I think was appointed by Clinton too. The third one.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
did you know that Trump's Secretary of Labor is literally the guy who got him off?
Who got him off from where?
Jeffrey Epstein. He had 67 federal counts. He got a sweetheart deal from Alex Acosta, and got him down to 1 state charge. during Trump's office.
Well, I
And
mean, that
and
was
then
a
Trump said, "Hey,
that was a lawyer doing his job, right?
you're such a good lawyer. You did a solid for the
Wasn't that a lawyer
pedophile.
doing the
The
job?
pedophile of the century's life was saved because of you, and now you are my Secretary of Labor."
So how do you feel about Bill Clinton flying to the island and flying like 17 times and inviting this guy to the White House a bunch of times? How do you feel about that?
Bad.
That was bad, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, little by little, if you look at the Democrats,
You know what's even
right?
worse?
I'm looking at the
Being
Democratic
best
Party right
friends
now.
with him for 10 years. That's even worse. So like Bill Clinton's proximity is bad. I guess Trump's is too, right? Like they're best friends.
Well, Trump knew him from, I guess, from the West Palm Beach scene. They were both young. They were doing business, you know. But after he found out who he really was,
You're making that
he
part
let
up.
him go.
You're making that part up.
He let no, it's documented. But again, you're only gonna believe what you want to.
No.
Now,
Trump said it himself, right? He said it himself. The reason him and Jeffrey Epstein were no longer buddies is because he stole one of his workers.
so my thing is, I'm looking at the Democratic Party right now, and I see the founders, right? The founders of the Democratic Party. I'm talking about the like 30 years back. They all crooked as shit. Like Hillary, super crooked. Bill Clinton, now we see super crooked. Like, what do you have left? Like, what is your role model? Like who?
I think that what they've
If
done.
I want to become a Democrat, who would you point the so you can tell me? Listen, listen to this guy, for example. I don't know, Barack Obama or whoever. Like, who will you point me in which direction? Like, this is a leader of the Democratic
the bar
Party.
is Trump, right? The bar is Trump, the guy who's
Yes,
made millions,
yes.
billions and billions last year doing corruption.
Trump is actually a revolutionary because he created a Make America Great Again movement. So he's accept for
Patrimonio,
like he's
patrimonio,
his own breed.
Patrimonio.
The guy
Have
is
you
the
ever
shit,
heard of
huh?
this saying? Make Germany great again?
No.
Hitler made it up.
Okay,
That's
but
who made that.
Hitler,
That's who
but
fucking
Hitler
made
has
that.
nothing-
Let's get the
he has
fucking
nothing
record
to do-
straight, bud. You
He
guys
has
are
nothing to
following.
do-
Make a
He has nothing
Yeah.
to do with Trump administration.
Okay.
Like, you want to sit here and talk about Hitler all you want. He has nothing to do with Trump's administration at all.
Mm-hmm.
And we can go step by step, and I can guide you in the right direction. Because you look like
Got
a
it.
good kid. You're just on the wrong side of the equation right now. But hey, you know,
The only thing I'm missing is all
you
of the
guys still
corruption.
okay?
The only thing I'm missing is all of the corruption that justifies Trump. So like you're so okay with Trump's corruption, you want to point at Hillary. Like none of these
Okay.
things are. Hold on, none of this stuff has been adjudicated in court or in trial. Trump has. Trump is definitely a con man, definitely a fraudster, definitely a rapist, definitely all of these things. But God forbid they have allegations. That's so bad. And thank God you're just sitting pretty right now, watching this all in play, I guess.
And let me ask you something else, because like I was saying, I was looking at the Democratic Party, and now we see Minnesota, right? And we see the guy that you wanted to be the vice president, he's involved in corruption.
Hey, I
Big
love
time
this.
corruption.
Oh, I love this. Let's go
Big
through.
time corruption.
Let's do this. All right. I want you to go through this with me, okay?
You are gonna tell me now that this guy is not involved in corruption? Nah, I know you're not gonna try to do
No,
that.
it's a distraction, okay?
It's a
because-
distraction
Mhm.
from ICE.
No. No. No,
It's
this
a
is a beautiful list. These are all the people Trump has pardoned this last year. And I want you to explain some of these away, all right? If Tim Walz is so bad and this government is all about weeding out people doing fraud, why is he setting them all free and forgiving all of the fees they have to pay and all of the restitution? We've got aiding and abetting distribution of drugs over the internet and engaging Ross Ulbricht, the guy who made Silk Road and then tried to fucking assassinate his business partner by using the services on his own website, because you could buy assassins, guns, weed, everything. You can buy prostitutes, sex workers. You can buy everything on this website. Trump set him free. All right. Another one. Andrew Zabavsky, conspiracy to obstruct justice, aiding and abetting, murder to second degree. He had 48 months and then 66 months for Terrence Dale. They were involved in unauthorized police pursuit that ended in a collision, which caused the death of 20-year-old Karen Hilton Brown. Both men were ordered to serve 3 years. Trump pardoned them. They're good people. District of Columbia, these are all the people who did J6, and they were literally Proud Boys who got caught with conspiracy to overthrow the government. Pardoned.
Wow.
Pardoned. 2 years probation, all this stuff, violation of the Secrecy Act. These people were a cryptocurrency exchange. They got caught.
So okay, you
$100 million
you
in
think
January.
then that okay, my question is there's no corruption in Minnesota then, right?
No,
It's
I'm
just a
saying
distraction.
Tim Walz.
It's a distraction.
Tim Walz standing next
The
to
guy
people.
freaking quit. I mean,
Excuse me.
he's
Excuse
gonna
me.
resign
Tim
any minute
Walz.
now.
Tim
and
Walz
you
is
still saying there's no corruption, and they have found
They
millions
have.
and millions
They have.
and
There
billions
is corruption.
of dollars.
There's none
They
from
have
Tim
been
Walz though.
trafficked.
None from Tim Walz. None from Tim
Billions
Walz.
of dollars. No, of course, bro. The money laundry on that fucking city is unbelievable. They were doing like a massive fraud. Something
wow.
that
Something
at a
Trump loves.
scale,
He'll just ask Trump for
$1 billion, bro.
Listen, he'll
Bro,
get a
you
Trump from
cannot-
pardon.
You
He'll
cannot deny
get a
it. There's
pardon from Trump.
testimony.
We're gonna
There's
get a pardon
people
from
saying,
Trump. We're gonna get he'll get a pardon from Trump. Don't worry. Let's go through the list.
Well, you guys want to deny stuff that everybody's seeing happening.
No,
And you want to sit out here and say, "Oh, the border is not open. You know, we're not taking any immigrants. It's the same thing." I mean, come on, bro.
Okay, again,
Come on, bro.
so Trump is pretending to hate fraud. He's found a way to pin like on his political opponent.
It's not even him. It's the FBI has a bunch of people in jail already, bro.
Yeah, and is Tim Walz in jail?
No, but he
Why not?
resigned. Why did he resign?
Why isn't Tim Walz in
Why
jail?
he's not running again?
Why? Because
Listen,
he has been
why
political
a
hit.
guy? Okay,
Because he
you
hasn't.
are very smart.
He's been politically
why
smeared.
somebody that run for vice president that has a great career is going to just say, "Listen, I'm out of politics,"
Because
he
he's
knows
not
what is coming
Republican.
down.
Because he's not Republican. Have you ever heard of?
He knows what is
because-
coming down.
Have you ever heard of Rick Scott,
Yes.
the largest Medicare health fraud in history of the United States? He's a senator for y'all. Y'all love him. So if
Bro.
anything, he'll just find a job with y'all.
If you are, what I'm talking about is if you are in any government position, you should not be able to steal. Look at freaking Nancy Pelosi, bro.
Okay.
How much
again,
money that lady has.
All right.
Look at Ilan Omar. Ilan Omar had $50,000 4 years ago, and not for nothing. It might be just a coincidence.
You're lying.
That she's from
You're
Minnesota,
lying.
right? And
You're
she's
lying.
from Somalia.
Dude,
But she's worth
Dude,
$30 million now.
Shut the fuck up, dude. She married somebody, you fucking dumbass.
No, she married her brother,
She
and
married
that's
her
also
brother.
documented.
First
That
of
is
all, the
also
person
documented,
the person she married was very rich. Did you
Bro.
Did you just miss that in the Google search?
She's getting deported. That's what I'm know.
Why? She's American.
She's not. She married her marriage was not even legal, bro.
Dude, you're just being racist.
No, I cannot be racist, because
You are. Did you know that 90% of Somalis here are naturalized like
great people.
citizens?
Yeah, they are great
No,
people.
no,
But
90
the ones in Minnesota, they were stealing.
Dude, shut the fuck up. 90% of them are U.S. citizens. They're U.S. citizens. It's like
People.
being mad that Irish people are here. Are you mad that Irish people are here?
Listen, I'm Cuban, right? And there was a fraud like that in
Get the fuck out of
years
my
ago,
country!
Years ago.
Oh my
years
god!
Ago, years ago in Florida, right? And there was a bunch of Cuban involved, and I didn't deny it. Why are you gonna sit there and you're gonna call me racist because I'm saying
You see how
exactly what the
harmful that
news is saying?
You see
I'm
how
saying
harmful it
exactly
is?
what the news is saying.
Do you see how harmful it is? Fuck.
But anyways, like
Do you not see how
Can you hear me now? The hell is going on there? But anyways, hey, you guys lost a lot of most of your Latino base. You already lost it. Now siding with Venezuela, bro. Like, what the hell was that all
Yes.
about? Like, you guys don't make a fucking smart move ever. Now you guys up there protesting, saying that Maduro should be free. The white
No
Trump
one
is
is
gonna
saying
do
that.
something like
Dude,
that.
you're lying. Every single person I've heard say this has never backed it up. I've never seen a single leftist that likes Maduro. Nobody likes that. You guys
Bro.
love all of the dictators Trump hangs out with, though. You guys literally love Bukele, right?
Bro, you guys are up there saying that Trump should have done this, he should have done that. Like, you guys have not celebrated Venezuela's freedom. You just up there
He
criticizing.
didn't do it for freedom. He did it for
You are
oil.
there criticizing and making people nervous for no particular reason.
Dog, Patrimonio, Trump was just kicking Venezuelans out of the country, and you were cheering. You guys were cheering for them to be sent to CCOT, which is a terrorist fucking prison that you could only leave by dying. And now you're saying that you guys did them a solid? You're calling us hypocrites?
No, listen, we were not criticizing. We wanted Tren de Aragua out of here. We wanted it out of here. They were
My
taking
grandpa
up, they were
still
taking up
says it.
cities.
My
They were
grandpa.
taking up cities.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Go
My
to
grandpa.
Colorado, bro.
Yeah, that was also a lie. I have to show you
that
again.
Was debunked. That
Yes.
was debunked.
Yes, the police chief and the community manager
Oh
both
my
said there was
goodness.
nothing.
Yeah. Okay. It's the same thing. It's like my gas is not a 240 right now, and it's cheaper. No, but it's not the president, right? Nah, my gas is so cheap right now.
I don't know what you're talking
why.
about. What did Trump do for gas?
Nothing.
Okay.
It magically.
So you
it's
just love this
it's
game?
magic. No,
Got
he
it.
just went up there and said, "You're gonna have cheap gas again." And guess what? I'm paying 240 for the gallon.
Holy moly! You know what? Hitler, when he was in charge, the highways and the trains ran on time too.
Again, like nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
It is. You're just being completely oblivious to the, like military police
Bro,
state we're in right now.
Just having a conversation.
And you're completely oblivious.
Don't be so sensitive. We're having a conversation.
Can I finish?
You have
sentence?
your point of view, and I have my point.
We're living like a police state right now, and you're going, thank God gas is cheap. It's annoying. There you are.
It's just a conversation, Pico. Chill
I
out.
know
Don't get
can't.
sensitive,
You talk
bro.
over me too much.
My bad. Go ahead, talk.
I don't know. I just simply I just can't get over the fact that Trump is the one who made gas expensive in the first place. So I don't know. I don't really celebrate it when he comes back and magically it's just cheaper anyway, even though he really didn't do anything. But he is making sure that our oil barons are getting a lot of money. He's having a meeting with them right now at the Capitol in a room, and he's telling them who gets what oil from Venezuela. And then when Exxon says, hey, we're not sure that we want to go in there and extract oil from a country that is like riddled with conflict, we're not sure about the safety of our workers. And in response, Trump goes, well, you know what? Then you're going to be kicked out. You don't get to come. Like, he's such a child, but this is all about oil, man.
Hey, you know how cheap oil is going to be, bro? Like, I think we're going to be paying like 50 cents a gallon, bro.
And that's really
That's
sad.
be
This
awesome.
is how you're looking at it.
No, that's
really
going to be awesome. No, and you know what's going to be even better? That Venezuela doesn't have a dictator anymore, and they are going to get the country back. Like,
they have an orange dictator now.
I'm talking about like 30 years ago. Do you even? Have you heard how good Venezuela was 30 years ago? No. Venezuela was so rich, bro. The Venezuelan, and I'm telling you because I have worked with Venezuelans, and I got plenty of Venezuelans friends, being Cuban and being down
so they're
here.
stoked
bro,
about us stealing their oil?
Bro, Venezuela, yeah, we talk about that. Venezuela was beautiful, so rich. Like, people will come over here and spend so much money in this country, and there was people immigrating to Venezuela, legal immigration, right? But from Italy, from many places in Europe. So that's how good that the Venezuela was before.
That's horrible. It sounds horrible.
Before the dictators came along. So that's why I'm afraid of the like I don't want people talking about communism or socialism next to me because that triggers me.
Communism is just a word they use. It's a dirty word they use to describe people that aren't like them.
Yeah,
none of us are communists. None of us are socialists. I mean, some of us are social democrat. I'm a social democrat, and that's not the type of socialism that kills people. That's not the type of socialism that they scared you about for like 40 years during the Cold War. It simply just says we take money and we like do things like busing.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Venezuelan people, bro, and they're not gonna let me die. They're not gonna let me lie here. They so freaking happy. Like it will be the same. It's gonna be because I'm sure he's gonna go to Cuba next. It's gonna be the same thing with Cuba.
Yeah, imperialism. You're just doing what Hitler did. Remember when he went and took over a bunch of
No,
countries?
this is a national security matter because you just don't know
That's what
much
Hitler
about
said.
politics.
That's what Hitler
You just
said.
don't. No, you will not be able to understand that, and I know because you guys are in a bubble, or maybe you do and you just do this as a show to get.
Progressives are the opposite of a bubble. Conservatives are in a bubble. They love their bubble. They go to the bubble twice a week. Progressives, like me, seek out argument, seek out different views all day, every day. So I'm not in a bubble.
Okay, good. So if I told you that this is a matter of national security, you would not try, not even look at and in that light, you would not even try to see if it makes sense or not. What I'm saying.
So every dictator says it's about national security. You can't convince me that that's a fact about Greenland or Cuba or Colombia. It's not the case. All right.
Okay, I cannot convince you, but maybe in the future you will hear more about it. We will hear more about it, and then we can.
So you're waiting for the evidence. You're waiting for some good storytelling.
I know.
You're waiting for some good storytelling. You can't tell me why. Why is Greenland a matter of national security?
I'm telling you why. I can tell you why right now, but I'm saying you need more evidence to see it, to see what's happening.
What are they doing?
You clearly don't see it as a national security.
Now, why is it a national security thing?
And the president of the United States, Marco Rubio, the president,
our dictator says it's that way.
Everybody has says there is a national security risk. Venezuela being in business with China, with Russia, doing
Greenland,
shipping all this pirate oil and bringing all this freaking drugs here to the United States. But you don't see it as a national security.
Nobody actually found any evidence of that. The FBI people came out and said that there was no evidence that the Venezuelan government was sending drugs here, and they were fired immediately. But keep going. This is just another attempt to stifle.
Who was fired immediately? The FBI
This is just another attempt.
Where did you see that information? Why are you talking? Don't.
This is just another
because you have no evidence of nobody in the FBI being fired for that.
Yeah, I do. Here.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
The FBI was
Justice Department memo
was only one of the agencies involved in this, bro. You see, like you guys are so easy to debunk, bro. Come on, man. I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you a perspective, so tomorrow you understand.
Okay, a whistleblower coming forward and alleging that U.S. intelligence agencies found that the Venezuelan government is not involved in directing Trinidad and to target the United States. The whistleblower was fired. Whistleblower identity was Erez Ruivini, a former Justice Department lawyer who had served under both Republican and Democrat administrations. Ruivini was later fired, claimed he was pressured to make arguments in court that were contrary to law, frivolous and untrue. So Trump is definitely just lying to you, and
yeah. Okay. They were not sending any drugs. All those boats, everything. It was just another
fishermen.
It was a movie.
Yeah.
It was a movie.
Where are all did we confiscate drugs yet?
No, we don't.
Oh wow,
we're not
that's
in
crazy.
the business of confiscating anything. We just blow that shit out of the water, bro.
That's convenient.
Yeah, I got young kids, bro. I don't want them to be overdosed on fentanyl or none of that shit, bro. Stay away from that, Pickles.
Okay.
But anyways, bro, like who you got for? I mean, the midterms are almost here. I'm still haven't heard anything about new ideas of the Democrats. The only guy actually proposing
You'll never
anything
hear ideas from the Democrats. You don't listen to politics. You listen
guys
to.
don't have any.
No, we have plenty. We have universal health care. We have literally every working city,
universal health care.
yeah.
Okay.
We have every working
Interesting.
economy in this country, and y'all have almost none of them.
Okay, so Hakeem Jeffries, what bills has he introduced in order to do anything? Like what? Tell me the latest one. Like
Well,
what is
we
so
don't
good?
have the
What-
majority. Why would we have the ability to propose law?
Bro, I mean, you can propose, right? You can
Nice.
try to work.
Nice.
You can try to work with your fellow
That's fun.
Republicans.
That's
I
fun.
know you guys forgot all about that.
Where's Trump's replacement for the ACA? We've been waiting on that for 10 years. He hasn't even written one down.
Oh man,
Love that.
Let me tell you, they cooking something really, really nice. Because you're gonna be very happy. I know you are not a Trump supporter, but you are gonna be so happy. Oh my goodness gracious! He's making America great again.
So he doesn't have one.
Bro. Yes, he's
Okay.
proposing. They I think they're giving them like the last touches, before they have to. I think actually next month we're gonna hear something about it.
You know those people who promise that Jesus is coming back like every few weeks? That's what you sound like.
Yeah, those religious people. I heard them saying something like that before.
The rapture. Just wait.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't see that. I don't. Like if you told me something that I agree, I would agree with you.
Okay, well, we run the economy better. If y'all need any tips, just look at some Democrat policy that they propose. That's all we do. We don't yell racist stuff, so you probably won't listen to us.
Okay, so how is our how come we have right now the economy is better than you ever had it, and it's only been in a year.
We have the worst jobs report in 22 years.
How about the inflation rate?
Okay, and inflation is not just the sole sign of all things that are good, right? Like you could have decent inflation and have all of the other markers for being in a recession or hyperinflation or all of those things. So you just point at that, it's silly.
Okay. And again, we're not going to talk about the energy. When we have cheap energy, everything else starts.
So when
all the prices start dropping, including if you want to travel, including if you're going to do this, if you're going to do that. And he put everything in place in the first year of his administration because everything was a disaster. And this year, we are just going to reach levels never seen before.
This
isn't
a policy. What would you
and
do?
And it's good for you. Oh, the big beautiful bill is taking care of everything that I'm talking about right now, sir.
Someone says,
I
please
mean,
ask
you are
guests.
going to be so happy that you are going to get an actual job and you're going to get out of TikTok. You're just going to come here like me from time to time and talk to people.
Yeah? Don Jr. ever going to get an actual job too? Because this is all he does too.
Who?
Don Jr.
Oh yeah, he's into TikTok. I never see him, bro.
He's on Rumble.
Oh, I hate that fucking website, bro.
He sells his dad's miniature figurines.
I hate that fucking website. They push too much fucking how do you call it, commercials and shit. But talking about selling, have you heard if Hunter Biden has sold any of his art lately?
No, I don't think so. Did you know that you know who Devin
What happened to that?
Do you know do you know who Devin Archer is?
He's not pursuing that career anymore?
Do you know who Devin Archer is?
Yes.
Do you know that
he was in business? He was in business with Trump.
You know
with Hunter.
Yeah. Did you know Trump pardoned him?
Of course. Because in order to put him in jail, you will have to put Hunter in jail, So since it's gonna be like that, then it's gonna be like that. I mean, they committed the same crimes. How come one is in jail and the other is not?
Not even
Think about
true.
it.
You don't even know what crime.
It's
You don't even
not
know
even true.
what
Oh,
crimes
it's
was
not.
Hunter charged with.
It's not even
What,
true, right?
dude? Hunter's charged with not paying his taxes and having a gun.
And that's it. That's it. Yeah, because everything that it was on that laptop from hell hasn't been exposed yet, but that's
Dude,
coming out.
they've had the laptop for like 20 years.
Oh,
What
no,
is
no,
it?
no.
When
It
are they
was
gonna show us anything?
it was Russian disinformation at some point. Remember,
Yeah,
51
for 24
51
hours. For 24
51
hours. I know you guys
51
are.
of the 51 cops from Biden's administration came out and said, "This is disinformation." Clearly,
It was for 24 hours, and it had Margie. Thank you for the $40 for the kick. So it did have all of the tell signs of Russian disinformation. It literally did, because Trump, I guess, does the same kind of stuff. But the way Trump obtained that laptop, and has had it forever, Tucker Carlson, Matt Gaetz, Rudy Giuliani, Michael Cohen, they all had the laptop, and they've been digging through it for years. Surely, if there was something in there, they would have charged him, right? Surely. Oh my God, dude. Hello? Tesla, are you a Trump supporter? Dude, how do they not see the Hunter laptop thing yet? Hello?
What's going on, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
What do you like about Trump?
Sure. We could go with, first of all, if he wants something done, he's gonna get it done. We don't see that with Democrats. Let's look at energy. We've left the Paris climate change nonsense, whatever you want to call it, and now we're focusing on domestic energy production. He's lowering my cost of living.
Biden did that just as much. Did plenty of that. But he's
You know-
actually increasing cost of electricity and all the other stuff because he's so heavily invested with oil barons.
Right, but in the long term.
What do you mean the long term? We're kind of screwed, right? We have to compete with South Korea and China with EVs and all of that kind of stuff, which Republicans have been talking bad about for like 40 years. And I don't know, don't believe in climate change either. So all of these things have been in an effort to be against innovating in things like solar, winds, all this other alternative energy, which actually also effectively reduces the cost of oil. And Trump is just bought out by big oil. That's it.
No, that this sort of climate change, energy, eco-friendly nonsense. Trump's smarter than that. He's not going to get into that nonsense. Honestly, I think if we focus on actual, actual oil, I think you're gone. But that's cool. But yeah,
I'm here,
as I was-
and Biden drilled far
yeah.
more oil than Trump. So
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you're just saying it's old.
Oh
or
no,
something?
yeah, I was confused. Yeah, no, I was confuzzled because you weren't there. But yeah, as I said, the drill baby drill, that's helping us a lot.
That's okay. So that was just a clever slogan. I think it was very misleading. So if you look at Biden's drilling numbers, Biden drilled far more than Trump, way more.
Right, but I don't know. He didn't push the actual gas and domestic oil as hard as Trump. He didn't push it as hard.
What do you mean? He pushed it way harder. He signed 55% more permits in his first year. Did all that. So he just didn't bend over and like tell oil barons to give him $1 billion.
What, is that good for the planet? Drilling more oil than Trump?
No, I'm just saying that you guys think that we don't drill oil, and we do. That's just misinformation.
But I thought you Democrats were so much about eco-friendly, and now Biden's doing all of this. So
yeah, so we were doing both. So we know how to sustain like what works and ramp up our next plan, and that's what he was doing.
Right, but I'm talking about at that point in time.
And
Right.
that's what he did. At that point in time, he was doing fantastic. He ended his presidency at 13.4 million barrels a day, and Trump at his highest was 11.
So I'm glad you mentioned Trump there, because a lot of this, right, why Biden got all of this drilling is because, again, Trump's first term, all of this, projects approved by him. This is exactly how he got all of this, more oil. It wasn't his policy.
There's no policy that again, Biden signed those permits and 55% more, so he did that too. And there's nothing you can do as the federal government to go around and tell oil companies to go drill. Can't do that. It's a private. It's like it's based on futures. So if the market allows for you to go drill more, you do. But if the market is saturated, you cap your drill.
Right.
So
But
you can't just go around telling everybody go drill. If they need
No,
to
I
drill,
understand.
they're going to drill.
Yeah, they drilled more, but was it cheaper? That's
Okay,
the key question.
Trump is the reason it was more expensive.
Could you enlighten me? Unless
Yeah.
did CNN tell you this? Because I got something completely different here.
Cool. No, this is a thing we do. It's a liberal thing. It's called reading.
Right.
So during 2020, I'm going to draw this for you. So in 2020, barrel of oil was negative $37 a barrel, which is bad for oil companies.
Yeah, 100%. I did
and
econ
good for the people. Right?
Cool.
We had like sub $2 gas, like around the pandemic.
Right.
And all of his oil buddies said, "Hey, this is really fucking up my shit. You should tell your friend in Saudi Arabia to stop drilling so much." So Trump strong-armed the Prince of Saudi Arabia and said, "Hey, I'm not going to deal any more defensive weapons with you if you don't stop drilling oil." And he did, and he made him sign a 2-year agreement. And that 2-year agreement led 2 years into the Biden administration when oil skyrocketed. And if you look at when oil went down,
right,
this is the 2-year agreement when it started, and this is the 2-year agreement when it ended on the exact day. And this is when it started falling.
So what is this? This is under Biden.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So don't you think that COVID probably had a bit of an effect towards that?
Yeah, but Trump made them sign a deal. COVID would have made gas super cheap. Super cheap.
That's why it's cheap. It wasn't Biden policy. It wasn't, because we don't even want to get started with Bidenomics. What I want to get started off with is Biden did not have anything to do with making them cheaper. He was in a good situation.
Yeah,
you agree with that, right?
No, Biden absolutely did. He sold our oil reserves when gas was really expensive, introduced cheap oil to the world market, and it made it lower. And then he bought back oil when it was even cheaper and made us money. It was like $500 million.
And where did this money actually go? Let's be honest now.
To the Fed.
You see how that's hard to believe?
What do you mean, how is that hard to believe? Do you think it went into Biden's bank account?
No, I mean, I know you and I both know Biden did a lot of stuff with, with the government money, I think.
No, I think Trump does.
No, there's been cases.
There's no case that has proven that at all. We definitely have Trump. Have you seen that Trump has literally made more than every president in history combined times 100 this year?
Due to his private businesses.
Uh-huh. Nice.
Is that a problem?
So he was successful only this year because he was a businessman, not a president. He's been in business his whole life.
Taking money out of the vault.
He's been in business his whole life, and all of a sudden he got rich this year.
Well, what do you think he's doing? You tell me, enlighten me. You think he's taking money out of the treasury? Is that what he's doing?
He's got this thing called Trump coin, it's meme coin, and you literally all you have to do is send him as much money as possible, and he'll have a meeting with you in the White House, and then you can discuss further.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Okay, so if Biden did that and with like some guy from Burisma from Ukraine, and then sent Ukraine a bunch of money, you'd be cool with that?
Well, I think that's different. But when it's Trump, I think Now let's look at how Trump did it. Trump is doing it to the people of America. It's not towards Ukraine or whatever you said.
It's to
This is-
anybody. It's not just the people of America. Anybody.
yeah, but people who are using U.S. dollars, who are using,
No, it's meme coin.
They're-
It's not US dollars.
but it has to be converted somehow.
It's just
Right.
it's crypto, dude.
Right. Well, I'm not a computer scientist, but what I'll tell you is that under Biden, Trump got this money from primarily his private enterprise, correct?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, things that he created himself.
No.
Oh, so the government gave him the money.
His first administration, he made $226 million from the government.
Probably his salary.
No, he gave away his salary, which was $400K, and then he collected $226 million to golf. He took Secret Service and private jets to his golf course. 25% of his presidency.
That doesn't cost $200 million.
Yes, it does.
Just to go 5 minutes to a golf course, you think that's $200 million? Does it cost me $10 million to get a can of milk?
Yeah,
beans?
it cost us $1 million for him just to go to the Super Bowl. You get it?
Right, okay. Well, I'm not a pilot, but what I can tell you is that when Trump gets this money, it's because there's reason. He's not just gonna get money and throw it in the bin. Biden didn't do anything with his money. He didn't even he was sleeping half the time.
Trump is the only person who's been caught sleeping as president.
No, I've seen
Twice?
Biden sleep.
He's been caught twice, actually, now. 3 times?
No,
3
I've
times.
definitely seen.
Yeah, it's been several times at this point.
Well, I mean, he's human at the end of the day, but I've
Oh,
seen
okay.
Biden do it
So
a lot
it's
of
fine
times.
for him to just fall asleep in the middle of the day. That's really cool.
No, I think it's a
Question.
weird international.
So you're American?
Yes.
Say the Pledge of Allegiance.
The Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry?
You recite it real quick?
I think he's frozen.
Say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Me?
Yes, I
I'm
can
gonna
hear
be
you
honest.
typing it
Yeah.
in too
No,
because
I'm-
you're stalling because you don't know.
How
the
can you
Pledge of
hear me
Allegiance
using
'cause
my
you're
keyboard
not
on my
American.
phone? I just don't know the Pledge of Allegiance. What do you want me to
You're
say?
an American that doesn't know the Pledge of Allegiance? Bullshit.
Not off by heart. I'm not a memory guy.
It's drilled into
You could at least start it?
No, I'm not born here. I came here. I'm not born here. So again,
Are you a citizen?
Yeah, I'm a citizen. I'm just not born here.
Did you know that to become a citizen of the United States as an immigrant, you are required to recite the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, when I'm there. That was 10 years ago.
10 years ago, so you forgot it?
Yeah, I'm not a memory guy.
You're not a memory guy.
Yep.
What state are you in?
Texas.
What time is it?
In Texas? There are lots of places in Texas. What do you mean?
There
No,
are
it's
lots
all the
of
same
places
time
in
zone.
Texas,
It's
but
all the
only
same time
one
zone.
time zone.
Right, which place am I in or what time zone?
Oh my god.
I asked what time it was. You're really bad at this.
The afternoon.
You really suck at suppressing your accent.
It's the afternoon, sir.
Pretty sure you're Australian. Am I right?
No, I'm not. I'm not a kangaroo.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
I'm pretty sure the way that the inflection on the A just then. Also, earlier you pronounced ah in a very Australian way. You're an Aussie, right?
I got an impeachment.
A dingo, right? Well, baby. Now
I got an
that's a knife.
I got an impeachment, sir. I don't really know if you want me to go to the doctors.
Did you hear the way he said no? He's an Aussie.
Just because of my accent?
Did you hear the way he just said accent? He's slipping now.
And by the
you
way,
have to listen
it's,
closing it's the inflection on the vowels.
When you have a speech impediment, you don't call it an impeachment.
Well, I'm not a English teacher, right? But again, this is the thing about a lot of Democrats I talk to. They like to pick some small things about me.
Right.
Like? It's an interesting way of
we're gonna let
pronouncing
you,
the I.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk to the next guest. I'm gonna go take a walk. Hello?
What's up, Pickles?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Sure am. I've been on here a couple times with you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you talk to Mimo real quick, okay?
Hey, Nemo. I've been on your crazy live as well with Amanda.
Oh boy.
What do you like about Trump?
I like that boss is about to take Greenland. Boys are back in town.
Ironically saying that or unironically saying that?
Unironically. There's not one logical reason why we don't have it.
There's not one logical reason why America does not currently own Greenland?
Correct. An emphasis on logical, not the legal reason, right? The logical reason. Yes.
Got it. What's the logical reason to own it?
The logical reason is the world's adversaries, not just America.
The world's adversaries, interesting.
Correct. China and Russia, who are bad faith governments, are increasingly patrolling the northern Arctic Circle. The United States doesn't have any ice-breaking naval vessels. Russia does. Greenland has no way to defend themselves, period. And it is essential for American presence in the Arctic Circle. But it is no secret. And before Donald Trump, the Russians and the Chinese have been increasing their presence in the northern Arctic, which
How has China been increasing its presence there?
Through trade routes. I mean, they have the largest military. It's not the strongest, but it is the largest by vessel. They do patrol northern
the correct
Arctic
term is
routes.
Navy, right? So you're looking for the word Navy, and they have the according to Tucker Carlson, which I'm assuming that's where you got that talking point from. They do in fact have the largest Navy by raw vessel number.
That's exactly
the problem
what I
is,
said.
and to your point, to be fair, you did mention the vessel thing. To put that into context, what that means, a little speedboat counts as a vessel.
I understand that.
Do
you
by
want to
raw
know
tonnage, we still have the largest navy on the planet by a lot. Now, I also know that you're wrong on this because China does not have a blue water navy. They're not patrolling in the Arctic. They don't have the capability of doing that.
They just like to fuck with Taiwan, right?
Exactly. They have what's called a green water navy. You didn't know that, did you?
I'm happy to say what I do and don't know. I did not know that they're green water navy, but what I also said, though, was, then this is fact, the United States, of all of our ton of ships that we have, we do not have a ice-breaking military vessel. The Russian Federation does. They do have a presence. They actually also have northern Arctic bases. At the end of the day, now, Denmark, we do not have a vessel.
Alaska?
No. I'm talking about a ice break. The capability of breaking through ice. We don't have the way. If Russia were to go, clearly the United States does.
No.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We could have a military presence without literally taking over Greenland, can't we?
But it's not. By the way, Greenland is all but United States. I would say de facto is ours. I mean, we already have a base there. We already have established.
So logically seeing as we already have a base there, and the only reason that you've provided so far is strategic.
Yeah.
There's no reason for us to own it.
Well, there is, because now
what's the difference?
Here's the, I'll tell you, Nemo, and this is the reality that we live in. The United States, the EU, and hopefully not so long for Australia, but Australia, we do not have rare earth. And China currently is using their strategic rare earth position in the global sphere. They are using their position as leverage when it comes to negotiations or when it comes to any sort of foreign policy. We saw it with the CHIPS Act, retaliation from that. We've seen it with Donald Trump. We've seen it under Biden. Australia doesn't produce it. We don't produce it, and neither does the EU.
So your admission is that we're doing imperialism and we're just going to steal it.
Pickles, yes. And in fact, if we go back in American history, we have never acquired land for any sort of reason other than it makes sense for American national interest. I'm not here to argue if it's right or wrong. What I'm here to tell you is the United States of America, Russian Federation, and the Chinese Communist Party have all encroached on sovereign land, whether that be Taiwan, whether that be the satellite Soviet states, or whether that be the Kingdom of Hawaii.
Of that, you're part of that club. You, not me.
Well, the whole world.
Your party. Your party is part of that club. Your party, when looked back on history, will look back at them the same way they did Nuremberg trials and say, hey, did you take over these countries unprovoked? Did you do that? And then you're going to have to say yes.
Sure. The entire world has taken, I mean, all of Europe, China, Southern America, all of those borders were taken through conquest.
Remember when he thought
that's just how it is.
Didn't he trick y'all into saying like no new wars, like no more boots on the ground, no more anything?
I mean, I'm sure he did.
You're sure that he did?
Yeah, and I'm telling.
You're pretending like you weren't saying it.
Well, no, me as one Tesla weren't. You can roll back I'm a neocon. I can tell you, I believe.
Remarkable how neocons all of a sudden really love Donald Trump, even though MAGA has insisted that they're totally not neocons like Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. For anybody that doesn't know, by the way, there's 500 people watching. Tap screen while you get this little bit of education. A neocon, short for neoconservative. That is George W. Bush. That is Dick Cheney. Okay, emphasis on the first name. So those two motherfuckers, along with Marco Rubio, they are referred to as neoconservative. Okay, and the idea is that we are going to ensure that democracy is the prevailing form of government by force, militarily, right? Except if a democracy is not in the interest of the American empire, in which case we will absolutely prop up dictatorships. So that is a neocon. Now, MAGA, this is important. Donald Trump kicked off his entire political career by shitting all over neocons, because the neocons were the ones that lied us into Iraq and condemned thousands of American soldiers to their deaths and tens of thousands to a life of PTSD. By the way, we're still in Iraq. We're still there.
I understand that.
I'm glad that a neocon is here to tell us, hey guys, Greenland's going to be different. Venezuela's going to be different. Iran is going to be different, right?
Well, I mean, Greenland is inherently different due to its, non-existent military, its sort of de facto government of Denmark.
De facto?
De facto meaning, de facto is like all but in name, right? Denmark wants to claim that they have some sort of...
All but in name?
All but in name.
The correct term that you're looking for, if you want to use a Latin term, is going to be de jure.
Okay, then what, can you tell me what de facto means?
By law, Denmark owns Greenland, right? They've made that very clear. Greenland has also made that very clear.
And remember...
And NATO has made it very clear that seeing as Denmark is a part of NATO, Greenland is also therefore a part of NATO. And the rest of NATO has said, no, the fuck, you aren't going to annex this.
And I when I came on here, I said the logical reason is to take Greenland, not the legal reason. I am not here. If we want to talk about legality, technically we committed a war crime taking out those drug boats. Technically we did a war crime going into Venezuela.
That doesn't hurt. We can all yes, welcome to the conversation.
So but Pickles, here's the thing, and like I don't know how else, like how more genuine I can be other than telling you what I believe in and what I'm for. When it comes to the world, these international laws are not followed by the bad actors, okay? Iran does not follow international law when it comes to uranium enrichment. China did not follow international law when they put camps up for Uyghur Chinese Muslims that they still have. International law is there to sort of protect the horrors that we have seen throughout history. Unfortunately, the bad actors do not follow. And then
Yeah.
not only
Like y'all.
now, hold on, I'll lay my plane. The last thing I want to say is international law has been tested. We saw Bashar al-Assad use chemical weapons on children, and the international law did nothing. So I hear you when we say technically there's a breach of international law. My question is, who has ever enforced international law?
This isn't
Where's
just
Putin?
technical international law. This is us taking a whole country over. So like
I
you've justified
understand.
this in your head. Humans can justify murder, and this is what you're doing. You've gone this far because it's your flavor politics. You're blind to it. You're biased to it.
No, I'm not. So we can go look at the Kingdom of Hawaii. McKinley took Hawaii. Why did we take it? Because it was in United States interest. How did we take it? We took it in the most awful. We went there. We kicked the queen out of her palace, ripped up the flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii and gave it to the children, and then raised the American flag. I think her name was Lily Kalani, Queen Lily Kalani of Hawaii. We took that by force. We also Western expansion. I mean, I'm not here to say the United States is not an imperialistic country, but I am here to say that China also is imperialistic. So isn't Russia, and they are our adversaries. And it sucks that this is the world we live in.
They're
but
our
it is.
adversaries because of the way they are, and we are about to be that way. And the whole West will look at us differently.
I'm sure they will. And at the end of the day, the entire world looks at the United States differently as it is, because we are the #1 geopolitical GDP. We have the largest fighting power apparatus, if you will, than any other nation. You can roll your eyes, Pickles, but it's true.
Yeah, you're just jerking yourself off. I get it. We already were, right? So we don't need to keep going.
But why are we, though? Why has every president, left, right, and center, agreed that it is quintessential for the United States to move forward with our exorbitant military budget? Why hasn't any Democrat proposed a significant reduction?
So that we don't have to use it.
Correct. Do we call that peace through strength?
No.
But we do. Obama used it with his drone program. Obama used
Trump.
it as well.
Obama's drone program?
You mean
Trump used it too?
Trump used it 450% more.
But it's relative because Obama also used it. He also took out civilians.
How long has the United States military conducted drone strikes?
I mean, drones are relatively recent. Probably post Persian Gulf. I could be wrong. I don't know the inner workings of the United States military, but I know the technology is relatively recent.
So why are you saying that it's Obama's drone program when, to your point, post Persian Gulf?
Yeah.
95.
Mm-hmm. When I say, I guess let me change it. His regime of using them, right? His way of
like George W. Bush didn't use Reaper drones. Well, I guess it was Predator drones at the time.
Nemo, my point is not to say other presidents have not used it. My point is that the Democrats and Republicans have used our military, and they have taken out innocent civilians. We know this for a fact, to advance American interest. It sucks. Do you think I mean, maybe you do, but I do not enjoy seeing innocent people, be unalived, I guess, for TikTok language. However, when you look at the reality of governing this country, if that is what it takes to ensure that the adversaries are not unaliving a net extra amount of people, that has been the position of every single administration, all the way from the atomic bombs to Bush to Obama and now Donald Trump.
It's crazy how we went from atomic bombs to Bush. Like there was just like a whole, I don't know, Cold War in between those two things, but okay, whatever.
We didn't launch any, I mean, besides the Bay of Pigs, we didn't really do any
Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam's
Korean War.
One. Yeah, for sure. My goal, my goal was not to list every single conflict. I was just going from the start.
It doesn't matter. So you used a lot of language just then, and ultimately what you said was that the ends justify the means. That's what you said. That's what you said in so many words. The
Well, it
ends
wasn't that
justify
many
the
more. I
means.
mean, we're having a conversation short.
Yes, so the ends justify the means, yes?
Yeah.
Cool. Henry
Well,
Kissinger
generally.
Kissinger used the exact same logic to ensure that to this very day, children in Cambodia and Laos lose limbs when unexploded ordnance from 50 years ago blows up.
Okay. And how does that pertain to what I just said?
The ends justify the means. Henry Kissinger, if you are a student of history, is probably one of the most evil people that we have had in the American government, right? Ironically, he got a Nobel Peace Prize. But he was responsible for ensuring that Laos and Cambodia were carpet bombed for, I think it was basically, 5-6 years straight. The numbers on it are truly ridiculous. Like, it's almost comical. The numbers. It doesn't sound believable when you actually look up the amount that we put there. Notice how I said Laos and Cambodia and I didn't say Vietnam, right? This was happening during Vietnam. But I'm specifically talking about Laos and Cambodia.
And I can align with you that not every single example of American military decision or use, maybe not military, but any sort of decision out of federal government is a good decision. I think you can look back and we can critique. I'm not somebody with blinders on who cannot see something that you can critique. Yeah, you can absolutely critique any specific event. I don't agree with what Henry Kissinger did because I don't think there was a net. I don't think there genuinely was a net benefit. When you look at Vietnam, I don't think it's a net benefit either.
Okay, but my point is that the same logic, the same motivation that you are using right now to try and rationalize all of these different moves on the world stage, right now, it's the exact same logic that was
it's not
used
all
by
these different
Kissinger.
moves. I'm just talking about Greenland. I'm not up here defending any other position. I've even what did I say about Venezuela? I said it was a war crime. I said the things we were doing
so we have to
technically
use
were
nuance.
wrong.
So like you can maybe say, I don't know, maybe in one instance, if I would be super generous, like you'd say maybe one instance out of his 4 is okay, but does that mean that Trump is our guy still?
Well, I didn't go over all of the decision. Like there's things Donald Trump have done, so it's not 1 out of 4. I support him taking out Soleimani, right? The second in command in Iran.
But what about him just openly talking about taking over Cuba, even Mexico? Like, you don't think the world is going to have something to say about this? And what he's doing is he's getting the messaging out there so that you and your friends feel this intoxicating, like, nationalist position you feel about taking over other countries, how good it is for us.
We've seen it happen. We've seen it in his first administration, the way that Donald Trump had used our military. He used it again against Bashar al-Assad. He used it against al-Baghdadi. He used it against Soleimani. The United States has, under Donald Trump, flexed the imperialistic flex, if you will. That's not me being a neocon saying, oh, but I had no clue Donald Trump would do this. Why would I vote for the guy who said no new wars? He had war. I mean, not wars, but he had conflict.
So just
in his first term.
duping the citizens into voting for him is okay with you too. So like telling old grandma, hey, you're gonna be safe. You vote for me, no new wars, and now grandma's in for the ride of her fucking life.
Well, no, I would think grandma should use her past observation of the president. Like, if the president says my favorite color is red, but 4 years ago, all he said was my favorite color was blue. Yeah, if the president for 4 years said his favorite color was blue, and then all of a sudden he says it's red.
Trump was a Democrat his whole life. How the fuck did you believe he was Republican?
You didn't. You took a guess because you didn't have hindsight to go off of him in federal government. we had a very rare opportunity in American politics to
Dude,
re-elect
we
somebody
saw
who lost an
all
election.
we saw all of the checks he wrote, one to Kamala Harris. He supported Democrats.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is we have not had an opportunity where a president had seeked re-election, lost re-election, and was able to be re-elected again. We had nothing but observation to go off of. This wasn't Trump maybe sort of coulda, woulda do something. We knew what Donald Trump had done his first term. You
Yeah,
had
he was a war hawk.
observation.
We should have known better. I mean, this is what we've been trying to say the whole
Is he
time.
not?
Yeah.
Is he not? I mean, did
yes,
he not
is.
attack
Yes.
Assyria?
You're just saying like everybody is dumb if they thought that's true, which is this is sad. It's very sad. I mean, yes, we can all see that he is a vehement liar. Everything he says is untrue. For you to admit that is wild.
What it's not wild. I mean, it's the reality. I don't live in a world where we don't live in a reality. And the reality we live in,
you can never so you have no idea what Trump is actually doing or saying. Like he says he's going to do this for oil, and while usually we're like that was definitely for oil, now I'm wondering if it's actually just for the oil. Like now I'm wondering what the fuck
he
he's
said it's
actually
for
doing.
the oil.
Yeah, I know.
He literally said
now
it's for
I'm
the
wondering if
oil.
it's just for the oil.
Well, my personal opinion, and take it with a grain of salt because you don't agree with me, but from a neocon who looks into this stuff, I think it's majority oil, and it's also the same logic that we have with Greenland. Is Maduro, unfortunately, was in bed with the Russians. They were exporting whatever oil they could get to the Russians to the degree that they had a fake oil tanker with flying a Russian flag under fake vessel markings, escorted by Russian submarines to get into port. That is the one that we seized. There is a national interest there that is supporting the Russian war machine. That is supporting
and
an adversary.
He ran on America First, not funding Ukraine. Joe Biden was evil. He was in bed with Ukraine. We need to get out of there. He radicalized millions of Americans in thinking that. I had to sit here and coach people through all sorts of agreements and treaties and the history of all of that stuff just to teach them why it's such a bad idea to defund Ukraine. And here you are preaching to me how important it is to get into extra third party arrangements. Like this is
Well,
this is
can I highlight
completely
the
optional.
difference though?
These are side
I
quests.
absolutely I can align with where your angle is at in terms of seeing Venezuela. What I would say is inherently different is the United States has literally a vested interest now in Venezuela. One, it is in our hemisphere. It is our neighbors below. Two,
it's the same distance. That's irrelevant, dude.
So, but what isn't irrelevant though is rather than signing the check and sending it overseas, we now have vested American oil companies in Venezuela. So you're sort of unaliving two birds with one stone.
Are you like, how old are you, Tesla?
I am 27 years old. I mean, what did I say that's so crazy? The fact that we're getting oil out of the deal.
I'm gonna chalk up you being. Well, I mean, you're not even that much younger. Like, fuck. Okay. I mean, did you not learn from the Iraq War? Like, this is literally the same shit.
No, it's actually not, because the Iraq War, we dealt with insurgency. We dealt with I can't even say the names. I don't want to get your thing banned, but we dealt with a very sporadic group of individuals that didn't fly a flag. They didn't have they didn't have uniforms. We didn't know who was and who wasn't the enemy. There were cells within the government that were good, cells that were bad. It was a very complicated situation that Iraq was in. When you go to Venezuela, it is very clear who is the Venezuelan military. They are in uniform. They do bear the Venezuelan flag on their armband. We know who and what targets to take out, and I will tell you, it's indicative of the operation that we did. I mean, we took over.
Wait, hold on. So are you assuming that the Venezuelan military is the people that we're going to be fighting?
What you mean, like fighting going forward, or no? I don't think there will be fighting going forward.
Why not?
If there is, it's very minimal. Well, so throughout history, whenever a military or a government loses sort of the top rank, it tends to sort of slowly fall apart because there's no organization. They don't know who to listen to. The other reality is the United States used some of our most top secret stuff out of Space Force. We shut their lights off without using an EMP. We turned off all of their communications. I mean, they know that they're not able to compete with the United States. He had what 40 bodyguards, and we had 0 casualties on the American side. I think we had a
it's
Black
kind of
Hawk.
easy whenever you just start like unaliving random fucking people. Like,
well,
there was a
actually
grandmother
40...
that was unalived. I think she was like 70 or 80 years old.
I'm sure
unalived
there
in
was.
the process. Also, you're kind of making my point for me here. So it is like Iraq, because we did do I don't know if decapitating strike is the correct term. I don't think it is. We took Baghdad in 6 weeks. Like 2003, we took it in, I'll say, a matter of months. It was very quick, right? And so obviously Saddam went into hiding, right? So he wasn't running the country. And then
I understand, but
George W. Bush, what did he do? Little photo op on an aircraft carrier, big old thing behind him saying, "Mission accomplished."
And he was wrong.
Fooled me once. Shame on you. Fooled me twice. There's a mission accomplished banner behind me. We won, okay? What the fuck is an insurgency? Huh? What?
And I said that earlier. I said that is the difference.
What in the hell is an IED? Oh, what is that? Huh? Are you telling me that a bunch of people who have like,
what did I mentioned the insurgency?
They have Soviet tech. Are you telling me?
I literally told you the main difference between
somehow keep the strongest military on earth there to this day.
Well, no, the difference is because the United States, and we talk about international law, the United States could have carpet bombed Baghdad. We could have leveled Iraq. We had a 2-part operation. Operation 1 was to rid jihad and the radical Islamists out of Iraq, and 2 was to also, and this is where I disagree, but number 2 with the Bush administration was democracy building, and it didn't work. You simply cannot expect to win any conflict to a degree where you're going to take out a large group of people and then win the good people over and instill a government from an ocean away. I don't agree with what Bush did.
Yeah, you're right. What separates the United States of America and Venezuela?
Well, it's connected by land technically, so.
No, it's not.
If you want to take the man-made Panama Canal in the equation,
man-made Panama. What connects the United States of America and Venezuela? Or I'm sorry, what separates the United States of America and Venezuela? On a map, there's a big blue thing between Florida and Venezuela. What is it?
Technically, you can get to Venezuela from
the Caribbean,
Mexico.
Dude, like the fact that you can't just say the
it
Caribbean,
is connected,
the fact that you want to
sit here
by
land. Technically, if you want to talk about technicalities,
technically, if you go through Mexico and Guatemala,
it is. I'm sorry, you don't know geography.
And then
do you want to open up a map?
I mean, you can actually end up in Venezuela. So.
Exactly. That's the point I made.
That's like that. Just
that's geography. I'm sorry,
you being disingenuous. No.
Not disingenuous. It's literally fact.
Yes, this is you being disingenuous.
Okay. How is it disingenuous to say that we're connected to South America?
Are we connected to Venezuela?
Technically, yes.
No.
We're in this. The land is together. Okay.
My God.
You can put your hands on your face and be dramatic. I'm not going to live in a world where we say we can't get to South America.
This is the equivalent of saying that we are connected to Asia because if you go far enough down in the ocean, you get to the crust, and it's all technically connected.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the
if
level
if
of
that's the reach
dishonesty
you
that
want to
we're
do,
at here. Like,
no,
that's
it's not.
ridiculous, dude.
It's not. That's not dishonest.
That
It is not
Oh,
dishonest.
wait, no, wait. You agree with that?
No, what I'm saying is not dishonest is the point that I said.
Whatever. Okay. So this is the irrelevant, like, not important part of the conversation. I don't give a fuck. So listen.
Then why'd you ask it?
Can you like actually have a conversation as
You
opposed
ask
to
the
like
question.
the semantics
If you
debate?
don't want the answer to something that doesn't matter, then don't ask the question that doesn't matter. I don't know how else to guide you there, buddy.
Cool. So anyway, back to how
Exactly.
Venezuela is like Iraq.
It's not like Iraq.
We removed Saddam very quickly and spiked the football, took a victory lap. The insurgency started shortly thereafter. We are still there today.
The difference is there's not an insurgency in Venezuela.
How do you
There's
know?
not. What do you mean? How do we know? Because it is not. This is a secular mission that we did. This isn't a
secular.
Yeah, meaning like this wasn't a religious motivation with Maduro, right? You had people in Iraq.
Okay, you think
you had people in Iraq who were committing jihad under the name of religion.
This is you not understanding things. So you think that an insurgency only comes about?
No, I didn't say that. No, I was saying what was in Iraq. I was saying the insurgency in Iraq was driven by religion.
And you said and then hold on. No. It wasn't just that. This is you trying to run away from the fuck up that you just
that's what it was.
No, calm down.
It was literally Islamist extremists.
Breathe, sweetie, breathe.
Okay. If we want to pretend like Iraq wasn't, Islam, then we can just forget about it. I'm not going to entertain
Iraq
that
was
conversation.
absolutely Islam.
Okay, so what is that? Is that secular or non-secular?
But again, Tesla, the point that I'm making is that you just said that there wouldn't be an insurgency.
There's not. There's not. He's been taken, and there's no insurgency.
When I asked you why there would not be an insurgency in Venezuela, you said that it was a secular mission. Religion doesn't have anything to do with whether or not an insurgency appears.
No, what I'm telling you is the reason it happened in Iraq was because of non-secular fighting. People who were fighting not based on logic, but based on religion. It was based on jihad, which is literally the fighting style in Sharia, okay? I'm not here to say that's good, bad, indifferent. I don't care. That was the battle we were fighting. It wasn't under the name of a government. That is why when Saddam was taken, it didn't end, and ISIS came and all these other groups, because it is a non-secular belief. Venezuela does not have groups that are tied to some non-secular, we need to, fight to the unaliving like we had in Iraq. It is a very big difference why we were unsuccessful in Iraq and why we're being successful in Venezuela. As of now, there's a lot of ground and a lot of time to cover. Donald Trump could be fucking wrong with Venezuela and it could be a complete disaster, or it's not. I mean, time will tell. But what we know for a fact is there's not jihad in Venezuela. There's a mass, I'll keep going. There's a mass disapproval by his own people. The current regime that was in office in Venezuela was not duly elected. The current administration was disliked. He had assassination attempts and all these other things on him. He was not liked.
Okay,
so there's not
Saddam.
But here's the difference. Saddam was not the backbone of jihad. The non-secular reason was the backbone of jihad, which is why if Saddam was this big thing, you keep bringing up Saddam, why the fuck did ISIS come about? Why the fuck did Boko Haram come about? These insurgent groups come up because it's based on non-secular belief. Venezuela does not have that.
It depends on the group. No, it actually depends on the group. Like, is there
name a group then?
Oh my God, can you like calm down? So
name a group.
Are you gonna keep talking?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna name a group,
you are gonna keep talking. Okay, cool. No, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you name a group in Venezuela that's fighting on non-secular belief for Maduro? And do they have a name
for Maduro?
Yeah. So they're fighting for the government based on
No. Hold on a
non-secular
second.
belief.
Whoa. Hold on a second. The implication there is that the groups in Iraq were fighting for Saddam.
No, they were not fighting for Saddam. They were fighting for.
Cool. So
they were not. They were fighting.
It's not that a group is fighting for Maduro. It's that it's fighting against the West, because that's absolutely something that is present throughout the Middle East, because the Middle East has a very nasty history when it comes to the West and the United States.
Actually, no,
and,
the majority
and the British
the
Empire,
do
because
not have
we
a bad.
insisted on drawing lines where we knew fuck all about and involving ourselves in that area after World War II. So
the majority of the Middle East is actually
really
pro-American.
They really don't like us.
They do actually.
You can blame it.
Saudi,
no. Hold on. Calm down.
I mean, you can name our allies.
This is all right. Okay. All right. You can blame it on religion, but I'm telling you, dude, that as far as insurgent groups go, is religion a motivating factor? It depends. Sometimes, yeah. But guess what else is also a motivating factor with an insurgent group? Hatred, a common enemy, right? And typically a country that comes in and operates as an occupying force is one hell of a way to unite a country against you. It worked whenever the Germans did it when they invaded the Soviet Union, because the Soviets were not really that crazy about Stalin. But guess what? The Ukrainians kind of stopped sitting there hating Stalin outright, even though Stalin starved them out in a manufactured famine. They kind of stopped and said, we'll put our shit aside. Fuck these guys.
Yeah, and what happened?
So the enemy of the enemy is my friend. So to your point, are there groups in Venezuela who do not like the United States being there? Doesn't mean that they have to like Maduro. Are there groups, armed groups in Venezuela that don't like the United States being there? Yes or no?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, cool.
But they're not insurgent groups.
Where are the oil fields in Venezuela?
I don't know the geography. I would say probably close to the shore, but I don't know I genuinely do not know that answer. And I'm happy to say when I don't know. Where are they located?
Some of it is in the ocean. A lot of it is kind of in the central part. There's jungle to the south.
Okay.
Now, seeing as you get upset whenever I bring up Iraq, I'll bring up the other example.
No, it's not that I get upset. I just made the point that it was religiously motivated in Iraq, and you're saying it's not.
No, that's fine. I'll give you one that wasn't. Vietnam.
Okay.
You got a rebuttal for that?
Yeah, I do have a rebuttal for that.
Go for it.
Vietnam, though was not religious, Vietnam was invaded by the United States. I agree with you on the when someone comes into your house and unlaunches either an attack or some sort of regime change, that you're going to typically have dissent. Vietnam was united in not wanting to have the United States in their territory, which is why they were inevitably successful. The difference between Vietnam and then Iraq and Venezuela is Iraq and Venezuela do not have near the support that the Viet Cong did when we went into Vietnam. They don't have an entire army. That is why they're called insurgent groups, because you don't even know where the cells are at. And if we want to grasp at straws even more, comparing Vietnam, and I'm not saying you're comparing Venezuela to Vietnam, but if we were, Venezuela does not even have a leader in its current point that is saying, I am now taking control of the anti-American imperialism in our country, join our side, and we're going to take back Venezuela, right? Vietnam was split in two. They had an entire organized military, an entire organized chain of command that fought against the United States. Venezuela doesn't have that, and Iraq did not have that. And they still don't have that.
Vietnam had a military. So the northern Vietnam's what ultimately ended up being Vietnam. They definitely had a military. They also just had insurgents, like farmers who were like, "Hey, leave." Like they absolutely had that. If you're trying to tell me that the Vietnamese did not have just militia, for lack of a better word, they weren't a part of the military. They only cared about pushing out the filthy Westerners, right? The capitalists, fuck them, right? And we set up South Vietnam, and we were hoping that it was going to be Korea 2.0, and then that failed miserably, kind of like Afghanistan.
I'm not disagreeing with you there, but when we talk about comparison to either Iraq or Venezuela, it is not the same. There is not this stronghold of people in Venezuela that are against the American people. In fact, the American government. You can go watch all the videos online from people either in Venezuela or people in what is that? Coughed up. I don't know what that is.
RFK coughs up a pair of jeans.
No. There is just not a even insurgent group that we know of in Venezuela, or at least that's publicly outed by the U.S. officials, that is organizing against the United States, which is not common in the comparisons we had with Iraq and what we had in Vietnam. So that is the common denominator missing, is there's not a group of people that are passionate enough to say America needs to go. They're not organizing. They had 40 people fight back. They had 40 bodyguards. And again, you have yet to see any real pushback. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but you and I both know, and this is not gaslighting, this is just the facts. There is not groups, or are not groups in Venezuela like they were in Vietnam and Iraq that were anti-American and organizing in arms against the American military. It's just, it's not there yet. And I'm not saying that you're wrong entirely, because we don't know.
It's not there yet.
No, it's not. There could be.
How long has Maduro been out of power?
Nemo, I agree with you. I just said this 10 minutes ago. It is so early and there's so much time and ground to cover. I'm not here to say that there's somehow never going to be an insurgent group against America. What I'm telling you is we know that there's not the Taliban. We know that there's not Boko Haram. We know there's not the Viet Cong. We know there's not an organized group as of yet that is established. That is what I'm saying.
I could play the Republican card, even though I think that this is really just kind of fear-mongery bullshit. They do, in fact, have organized groups there. They're just not religiously motivated.
They don't have to be. Okay, so what is the name of this group?
Well, one that is literally CIA manufactured bullshit that you tried to tag Chavez with, and then that didn't work. But then you tried to tag Maduro with it, and then that didn't work, which is why it was removed off the indictment after it was put on the indictment when he was brought here. What is it? Cartel de Soles? Is that what it is?
I genuinely don't know. I'll Google it. Cartel de Soles?
De Soles. Yeah.
De los Soles. Let's see. Umbrella term describe alleged drug trafficking network related criminal.
Also, I think it's just you keep backing away from all the other countries he's threatening, but like this is not in a vacuum, and I think that there's going to be plenty of countries, religious or not, who are probably not going to like what Trump or the United States.
They don't have to like it, and I haven't backed away. I talked about Greenland. I mean, Denmark is not going to do anything on American military if we march into Greenland.
Not them directly, no. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Then who is?
Okay, but
NATO.
We lose NATO.
Okay, and all of the fighter jets in NATO that have our kill switch on it. What are they?
Really, dude?
The F-35 has a literal kill switch. Google's free. Google it right now. F-35 kill switch. The United States can turn off any F-35 that the EU just purchased.
So I'm just saying, they would be our enemies, though, right?
Sure, but what I'm telling you is they're literally using our weapons, of
Okay,
which
but
the
I don't
latest
care.
gen fighters have a kill switch.
So I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. None of these other conflicts we've just talked about
So
had
are
F-35s.
you saying NATO is gonna take arms against the United States?
If it's not arms, it will be loss of trade. It will be economic. It'll be all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so you like sanctions is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Got it. Do you think the net benefit of taking all of the rare earth in Greenland far outweighs the already trade deficit that we have? I mean, you shake your head. We were just held hostage by China for about 6 months when they barred the rare earth to the United States because of Joe Biden's CHIPS Act. And I love
because
the
of
CHIPS
Trump.
Act.
Because of Trump.
No, it was the CHIPS
Was
Act.
it
We
not?
withheld.
Was it not
I'm
3
gonna tell
weeks
you how
after
it is.
Trump's election? Was that not after 3 weeks after Trump's election? After Trump threatened
What
tariffs?
was?
The pause on rare earth minerals.
The pause.
It was.
You're saying that this was...
It was about a year ago. It was 3 weeks after Trump's election, after he threatened China. That's when that happened.
Well, they also, I mean, you can fact check me. To my understanding, post CHIPS Act, when we stopped selling semiconductors to the Chinese Communist Party because of military equipment, they started barring access to rare earth then.
No, we're talking about when China literally stopped us from, what was it called, like gallium or something, or gallium?
Gallium.
China. Yeah, it was the Trump election. China exports gallium, germanium, antimony. They suspended a ban just recently, and it was November 10th, 2025.
Well, here it says the CHIPS Act efforts to boost semiconductor manufacturing led to Chinese retaliation through rare earth export controls, weaponizing its dominance. Let me see. This is Center for Strategic and Intelligence, WhiteHouse.gov, Wall Street Journal.
Oh, that was was that just an overview? I think it's probably hallucinating there on that timelining.
No, it's an AI overview. I'm trying to find its sources.
I think that. Yeah.
So, like, I mean, China absolutely did threaten to do that, and I think they may have very briefly, like, did it, but they quickly reversed, right? So they
That's the point, though. China, the point that Pickles made was, okay, we're going to then get hit, maybe not with arms, but with economic and other sanctions. And my rebuttal was the rare earth is absolutely worth whatever the EU. By the way, the EU is not putting any sanctions on the United States. Number one, the United Kingdom, which is the second largest, other than the United States, the second largest contributor to the EU, has not made
the United Kingdom isn't in the EU.
Or no, NATO. NATO is the second largest NATO ally. They have not.
I don't think that the UK is the second largest. I'm pretty sure the second largest is Germany.
Let's Google it. I don't know.
It might be France.
Second. Well, the point I'm making, and we can look at the stat sheet here on who ranks where. But the UK has not made a single comment either disavowing or supporting the president's decision to say we're taking.
Yeah, because he's in the same checkmate that Trump's putting everyone in.
But no, it's not, though, because we've had other. You've had France. You've had.
You really think they're fucking neutral on this, dude?
No, what I'm saying is they haven't publicly said anything. Unlike
you're being very generous about. You really think they're waiting to say how excited they are?
No, they haven't come out and said we don't support that.
Oh my God!
A lot of the other European countries have,
because they have smart presidents and leaders. Because Trump just comes out and fucking says this shit without thinking, and that's what that fucking looks like.
I mean, if that's the case, then why wouldn't they just come out and say that we don't support the United States decision?
Because that would
why
be
would France and the
because it would
other
probably have
nations do that?
all sorts of implications because Trump threatens them, I'm sure, by not letting
I
them buy
mean,
military arms or
here's
in all sorts of there's
you're right.
all sorts of implications for saying
You're
that.
right, which is why the point that you're making, that you think that there's going to be these sort of like extreme economic sanctions that are going to really persuade the United States not to move forward on Greenland, is just found on illogical principle.
I think what you're just saying is
EU
because they
suffers
haven't
the same
acted yet.
deficit we do.
Okay,
You're
so
because they haven't
just right
acted yet,
quick.
they won't. But I'm sure NATO's chief. We have a reaction 9 hours ago.
But very quickly, Tesla, what was your original claim as far as NATO's stance on the whole Greenland thing? You mentioned something about the UK.
Wasn't. Yeah, I said the UK, which was my claim was the UK was the second largest contributor.
Well, that's just a random factoid. But what was the point in bringing up the UK?
That they haven't made a comment, at least as of yet. When is it recent? Because last time I heard they haven't.
Yes. Leaders from France, Germany, UK, Italy, Poland, Spain, and Denmark released a unified declaration on January 6, 2026, affirming that Greenland belongs to its people and that decisions about its future rest solely with Denmark and Greenland. The statement invoked NATO solidarity, the UN Charter, and territorial integrity, directly rebuking U.S. rhetoric on acquisition by purchase or force.
I'm happy to say I'm wrong on that. I heard somewhere that they haven't, or I thought I read somewhere that they haven't made a statement yet. Maybe that was before that statement, but that was a while ago, so I might have been misinformed there. Regardless, whether it's said or not, my position stands. The UK, the EU, NATO is not going to do anything to the United States should they go in and take Greenland, because the rare earth minerals that we need are the same rare earth that they need. And it's the same rare earth that China's not exporting to them that they're still not exporting to us. The reality is, and this is just fact, the Russians are in the northern Arctic. That is fact. They break through ice with the only icebreaker military ship in the world.
You're obsessed with this. There's no reason why
it's
we
not
can't
that
have
I'm obsessed with it.
Completely joint operations with Greenland in protecting ice.
Greenland doesn't have a military.
Okay, I'm
There's
sorry,
no
Denmark.
joint anything.
We could.
Denmark
I know they could literally
have a
just.
military
We could
even
literally.
worth talking about.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that we get to keep that land and take it and cause NATO to completely fall apart.
This is it's okay. One, NATO is not falling apart, so that drama is ridiculous. Two, okay on your recorded live right now, because Donald Trump has said we're taking Greenland whether they want it or not. Are you prepared to say on your recorded live that the NATO, North Atlantic Trade Organization, whatever it's called, NATO is going to either collapse treaty. NATO is going to collapse or not be a thing if the United States takes Greenland?
I think so, yeah.
You think so, yeah. And
yeah.
Can you explain your logic there?
Yeah, so since we are such a big power in NATO and basically we bully our way into doing whatever we want, we're not actually a peace treaty anymore. We're an offensive treaty, right? Like we would be moving in the other direction. They would absolutely, all sorts of countries would look at each other and condemn each other for not defending Greenland, even though it would be an uphill battle, right? It would be hopeless. And basically Russia would probably celebrate and probably continue breaking through Ukraine. I honestly think that it's almost certain that this would happen if Trump bullies his way in annexing Greenland. Yeah, absolutely. There's not a single country whose constituents would be able to sit by and be like, yeah, we're chill. It's cool.
They don't have to be chill and they don't have to say it's cool. But what they're not going to do is dismantle the only thing protecting them from the Russian neighbors over to their east, who are encroaching on their territory, be it the United States. And what we can say is the United States has exported more arms, more munitions, and more equipment than any other European country, period, to Ukraine.
Yeah,
so
I know,
we are also fighting.
We're also making money on it.
I'm not saying we're not. I'm
Then
not
don't be
here to move.
dishonest.
Also,
No, it's
also,
not being dishonest. I never
you've
made the
gotta-
claim
I
that
mean,
this
you've got to
wasn't
put
a
this.
money mark.
You've
The
got to
point I made.
put this into context, dude. So, like, to your point, to any one individual nation of the I guess the EU, right? Yes, obviously we exported more arms because, like, our GDP is at minimum 10 times what any individual EU nation would be. But collectively, the EU has actually given more to Ukraine. I can give you the numbers on that. They've given more.
Oh, sure, collectively. I'm not here to argue that
Okay,
collectively
I mean, like
the
that,
European.
and this, but that's important because if we're talking about like the U.S., like the EU is essentially like the U.S. but with more states' rights. That's effectively what the EU is. Okay.
Yeah, but not every EU country is in NATO. One and two.
Okay.
And two, you talked about GDP. The entire GDP of the EU added up is not that of the United States. So mathematically, you will not win a trade war with somebody with a bigger export bank account. It's not going to happen.
Who says who?
You
Who
brought
cares
somebody.
about a fucking trade? Do you think that the EU is hyper dependent upon the US for trade?
What I'm saying is Pickles brought up the point
China.
of economic sanctions.
China. It's China, dude. They are dependent on China, just like we are dependent on China, because China has a manufacturing base that we outsource to them. That's the truth. That's what it is. Okay? This is standard neoliberalism, neoconservatism, right?
We
free
also
market,
trade.
free
There's
market,
no
global
free
trade, right?
There
we
is no
outsource all
free
that
market.
shit.
There is no free market, and we absolutely trade to the tune of trillions of dollars annually with the European Union. So this notion that we don't trade with them to like any meaningful amount is ridiculous. And the notion that
how much of that is services as opposed to commodities?
It doesn't matter. Either way,
that absolutely matters.
Why?
Because if it's services, then that's not actually like a tangible thing, right? As opposed to commodities, so like actual goods, right? So manufacturing versus like a service economy, it's different, right? But the point is, because I don't want to get bogged down in the minutia of trade between the US and EU. So the broader point, you brought up Greenland. Number one, I have not searched this yet. I'm about to. I know that Greenland has some rare earth insofar as pretty much anywhere on the planet has deposits of rare earth. I don't think that they have a uniquely large amount of rare earth in the way that China does, or in the way that Africa, like, I mean, especially Uganda and the DRC. The DRC has a fuck ton of cobalt, and so does Uganda. So I'm not aware of Greenland uniquely having anything in particular like that. So I haven't searched it. That's me working off the top of my head with it. Now, I will say, shout out to Red Shadow in my Discord for pointing something out, because, hey, I made the cardinal mistake, and this is, again, 572 people in here. Listen closely while you're tapping. Don't ever believe a claim that is made by a red hat. Don't ever do it, no matter how confident they are. Because I actually was just willing to accept the claim that the United States doesn't have icebreakers in the military anymore.
We never did.
That's false.
What's the name of the ship?
I looked it up.
Go ask your Discord.
No. Hold on.
What's the name of the ship?
No, I looked it up. Thank you. So, U.S. Coast Guard fleet includes heavy icebreakers like the USCGC Polar Star, which supports Operation Deep Freeze, a joint military logistics mission resupplying U.S. Antarctic bases under National Science Foundation coordination with the Department of Defense. Newer medium icebreakers such as the USCGC, I'm just going to say Coast Guard from now on, Coast Guard Storis, which conduct Arctic patrols under Operation Frontier Sentinel to counter foreign influences near Alaskan waters. So, the United States maintains icebreakers primarily through the Coast Guard, which operates them for missions with explicit military purposes, such as securing Arctic borders, defending sovereignty against adversaries like Russia and China, supporting joint operations, and ensuring access to strategic polar regions. So it's exactly what you said we didn't have.
What I said we didn't have was a Navy vessel that was an icebreaker. If you want to go over the Coast Guard icebreaker, you can compare that to what the Russian Federation has. And if you want to tell me they're in the same class, a nuclear powered Russian fighting vessel over a transport ship that is the U.S. Coast Guard that operates beyond our coast, the ships are not even close to being comparable.
You said that we don't have any icebreakers.
We don't. No, I said the Navy does not have an icebreaker.
You said that you said the U.S. does not have an icebreaker.
We don't.
And that it was that the U.S. didn't have an icebreaker for military purposes, right? In the Arctic. That was your claim.
Yes, the Coast Guard is not a military apparatus.
The Coast Guard is absolutely a part of the United States military.
I didn't say it's not. I said it's
okay,
not.
cool. So it is a part of the U.S. military, and it is a U.S. military apparatus, especially whenever it is providing logistics, which is why we are the most powerful military on God's green earth.
Also, I want to read a quote.
I want to
read a quote real quick. EU Defense Chief Andrius Kubilius on Monday. Any military takeover would be the end of NATO.
Yeah, it's just like Ann Seltzer said that Harris was going to win Iowa. Who is this expert?
Pollster? No, this is the chief.
Who is this expert?
EU Chief Defense?
Oh, the EU Chief Defense. How are they doing with Ukraine? Why don't you ask that same EU Chief Defense how they're doing with Ukraine?
They probably need your help.
I mean, listen, if you want to take on the face what the European Union says, go for it. The United States doesn't care, and I can certainly tell you MAGA does not care. We will take what we decide to take. If we asked the EU if we should have taken Venezuela, they probably would have said no. If we asked the EU if we should have taken out Soleimani, they probably also would have said no. We can take their opinion into account. The European Union is not the United States. Their interests are not our interest, period. So when you bring her up,
we talk about NATO.
Absolutely not.
All right, you're not going to liken her to some pollster that Trump doesn't like, though.
No, but what I'm saying is like an expert, right? Like she also doesn't have unilateral decision-making power. The EU doesn't function, or NATO doesn't function that way. So what she says means nothing, right? That's like Marco Rubio coming out saying, the United States military is going to go start a war. Marco Rubio can say whatever he would like as Secretary of State. He does not have that power vested within him. Can he influence it? Absolutely. But do I take what one single person out of the EU says for any sort of weight? Nope, I don't.
Well, like I said earlier,
these are the people in the treaty.
It wasn't just that one person, right? There was like a whole litany of countries.
They don't have to agree with the decision.
And to be clear, no shade to any European that isn't a part of one of the countries I mentioned. It's the important ones. It's the ones that have the nukes.
Yeah.
France and the UK. And the ones that have the engineering know-how, the Germans.
We also have nukes.
Shit.
So what? The world's gonna use ICBMs over Greenland.
No, of course
not. What is the point of even bringing up nukes? What does it matter?
What's the point of bringing up nukes? It's parity. Like, that's the point.
Of course it's parity, because it's the only way to get the point across. Oh my God.
Matters. It's parity. Like, it that ultimately, this is why we take China seriously. This is why we take Russia seriously. Don't sit here and play coy with me about why nukes matter.
They don't matter when you're talking about European Union's nukes.
If Ukraine had nukes and we didn't take them in 94, if Ukraine did not give up the nukes, they would not have been invaded. Why? Because they had nukes. If Libya did not give up the nukes, they would not have been invaded.
Yeah, and the United States made it clear in those both examples that it is within United States interest to remove them.
Thank God.
Everyone give the biggest, fattest, juiciest shout out to Marika.
Marika.
Guys,
someone build a statue in your honor. Praise be unto you. Oh my God.
Make it bronze, but don't make it look weird, because they always look weird.
True.
W. Marika's in the chat. ICE arrested dozens of refugees, many from Somalia, and sent most to detention facilities in Texas. Their lawyers said. ICE arrested dozens in Minnesota and Texas refugees, many from Somalia. The Trump administration has vowed to re-examine thousands of refugee cases. Dude, this is so fucked. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. To people saying, you know, what happened to no new wars? I mean, you know, it's a fair question, right? The truth is, Trump is. I really need to flesh out this theory that I have, but he is what I came up with this in a comment one day on a video. He is a neocon. That's what he is. That is where what Trumpism is.
It's everything and nothing. It's whatever he says that day.
Yeah. So he is a neocon. So neocons, that's Bush, that's Cheney, that's Marco Rubio. So that's, you know, Iraq war type shit. Okay. Now Donald Trump came along, pretended like he was totally against the Iraq war and totally like, oh, we should stop having forever wars, and dressed it up in populism. But then in his first term, what happened? He put Mike Pompeo and John Bolton in his cabinet. Mike Pompeo and John Bolton are the two that were very much responsible for getting us into Iraq. They're both neocons. So there was that. And then this time around, who did he put in his cabinet? Marco motherfucking Rubio. Wouldn't Russia love for NATO to dissolve? Absolutely.
6 prosecutors were pretty good. Six quit over DOJ push to investigate Renee. Jesus Christ, bro. To push to investigate the widow of a woman killed by ICE. They're trying to make her look like a terrorist. Joseph Thompson, who was second in command at the U.S. Attorney's Office, who oversaw a sprawling fraud investigation that has roiled Minnesota's political landscape, was among those who quit on Tuesday. According to 3 people with knowledge of the decision, Mr. Thompson's resignation came after senior Justice Department officials pressed for a criminal investigation into the actions of widow Renee Good and Minneapolis woman killed by ICE. Mr. Thompson, a career prosecutor, objected to that approach, as well as the Justice Department's refusal to include state officials in investigating whether the shooting itself was lawful. People familiar with the decision said. Minnesota Police Chief Brian O'Hara said in the interview that Thompson's resignation dealt a major blow to the efforts to root out rampant theft from state agencies. The fraud cases, which involve schemes to cheat safety net programs, were the chief reason the Trump administration cited for its immigration crackdown in the state. The vast majority of the defendants charged in the cases are American citizens.
Also, I was just provided a video I'll send this to you, Pickles. It's not big. It's like 20 seconds. 1 second. This pertains to NATO.
Hello.
Pickers.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nuh-uh. You know why?
Why?
Because
It's pretty good. Go and get. Go and get.
So the guy talking in that video, like it's a Fox News segment, but the old guy on the right talking in the video, his name's Philip M. Breedlove, which that's an awesome last name. Retired 4-star general, U.S. Air Force, served as commander of U.S. European Command and the 17th Supreme Allied Commander in Europe for NATO Allied Forces. Yeah. So that was him talking about the Greenland situation.
Did you hear about that 17-year-old who was beat up in a Target parking lot and then found 10 minutes away, dropped off by ICE?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I watched the video. There's a video. Some people found him after he was dropped off and they were talking to him.
Yeah.
I had a visceral reaction, like a physical reaction. Because like, okay, he's 17 or whatever. He's a kid.
He's not doing anything.
And
he's just videotaping. He's like talking shit. It's just kind of antagonizing him. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, like he was basically talking shit to the ICE officers, and they like tackled him, and then kidnapped him. Like, I mean, literally abducted him, put him in one of their unmarked cars, took him for a period of time, and then dropped him off later. And when they dropped him off, he was bleeding a lot. And it was obvious that they had beaten the shit out of him. And so this, again, he's 17, and I swear to God, if we're gonna do the whole, well, he's almost a man, dude. So if we're gonna do the whole, well, he's almost a man, dude, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about this whole like, oh, well, he's almost an adult. Dude, he's a fucking kid. He's a kid, and a bunch of grown-ass men beat the shit out of him. And they dropped him off. And when they dropped him off, and the community came to help him, because guess what? It's going to be the neighborhood. It's not going to be the fucking police that help you. It's going to be the neighborhood.
Yeah,
everybody here needs to learn that.
One of them said something that like really struck me. They're like, "Who do we call? Who do you call when it's the police that do that? When it's the government doing that?"
Like, yeah. But like when they dropped him off, it was obvious he had the shit beat out of him. And to anybody, any dude watching,
state-sanctioned terrorism. That's all it is.
Like to any guy watching, you will understand the whole like the like social dynamic at play whenever you're like high school age. Like you're in high school, like you're still going through adolescence and like all that shit, and so and you've got to like you're desperate to be perceived as a man, right? Like you're growing, you're approaching, you're not there, but you're desperate to be considered that, to not be seen as a child and to not be seen as weak. And if a man cries, that is considered weakness. If a man shows emotion, that is considered weakness. And every dude here that grew up in America knows this, knows that social dynamic, and they know that when that facade finally breaks, when something happens to you that's so bad that you can't keep up the act and you do finally break down, it's a fucking flood of pain. I want people to hear that kid crying. He was sobbing. He sounded like a little kid that is crying, and I'm not belittling him. He had been reduced to that because a bunch of grown men beat the shit out of him. They broke him. And so, of course, he is going to cry. And hearing him sob like that, it sounds like a kid that just wants their mom or their dad because they're scared. And it's like this noise, it's fucking primal. And when I heard it, it touched parts of me that I never thought I had. I just wanted to burn shit. I swear to God, I was seeing red when I was hearing him because it's like you didn't deserve this. You did not.
I just think that like the fact that like I haven't heard has something happened, like will anything ever happen, like is that now territory that ICE is feeling comfortable in exploring? Like is that are they looking at each other and going like this is necessary, this is okay, this is kosher, and this is the culture they're building in ICE?
Yeah. I think that they are being emboldened. There is an acceleration going on after Renee Good. There's an acceleration with them. And yeah, it's going to get worse. Eventually, the people will break. And not in the way that kid broke. Not like that. Some will. Most won't. They won't break like that. And bad things will happen. Bad things. And I don't know. I don't know how the fuck that ends. I don't know how we navigate that situation because we certainly don't have like some type of sober captain at the fucking helm, right? He's egging this shit on. But guess what? You're not going to do that to the children of a fucking community. You're not going to do that with impunity. Not for long. No. Like, there was another video that's, it's also kind of gone viral of a woman who had ordered DoorDash. And the Dasher was apparently pursued by ICE. She ran in, and basically she was like gonna deliver food and ran inside of this woman's house. And she starts recording on her phone, which this is important. So we got to see the entire event unfold. Now, this one is the one that people need to watch to like take solace in. Watch the one that we just talked about to realize how evil these people are, and then watch the one that I'm talking about right now to realize that they are not more powerful than everyone in a community. Because this woman goes through all of the different reactions that you would have in that situation. Imagine you're in that situation, right? Like, oh, fuck, somebody who's being pursued by ICE just ran into my house. I was just ordering DoorDash, like, the fuck? And you're freaking out. First response, confusion. Second response, fear. You can hear it in her voice. This woman is scared because she has kids. She has kids in that house, and she's scared because she's like, ICE is like right, like I can see them. There's all these vehicles outside my house. Oh my God, I have a baby. What's gonna happen? She's scared. And then ICE, like the fuckers, they can't actually come in because they don't actually have a warrant, a judicial warrant. They don't have one. But they're doing all the things. They're lying to her. They're like, oh, well, blah, 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 trying to get her to open the door. And she doesn't do it. She gets very fucking close. Because ICE starts to wear her down. And then what does she feel? Helplessness. Because this is right after Renee Good. And she was on the phone with someone that I think was a part of the police department at wherever she's at, and they were like, well, blah, blah, blah. The mayor of that whatever place that is needs to fire whoever the fuck she was talking to, because no, the correct response is, okay, look, unless they have a warrant, they cannot come in. We are sending officers out there to sort this out. That's reasonable. That's not accelerating, or that's not escalating anything. Fine. But he didn't do that. It was just, oh, no. Okay. So she feels helpless. And when you feel helpless, then you sink into this like sense of despair. And she starts to give up. She goes to this woman who it doesn't seem like she can speak English. And this woman is obviously terrified because she has kids too. She's saying in Spanish that she has kids too. She's scared because she can't leave her daughters alone. And she is apoplectic, and she's begging her, please don't give me to them. Please don't give me up to them. And the woman in the house is like, I don't know what to do. I have kids. I don't want them to bust down the door, and the police department, who are fucking useless because they did not help at all, said that they might. So I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. And it's this sense of just absolute fear and helplessness and despair in the face of an authoritarian occupation. And she's starting to give up. She's right there, about to give her up. And then, like, the doors open. That still isn't enough because ICE wasn't actually allowed on her property. She told them through the door, get off of my porch, go to the fence, and then I will open the door. When she opens the door, you can hear all of the horns and all of the whistles and all of the people in the neighborhood screaming at her, telling her, don't do it. Don't give them up. They don't have a warrant. Don't cooperate. And at some moment in that video, she realizes that they're right. And she tells them, fuck off. I'm not giving her up. Get a warrant, a judicial warrant, or get the fuck off of my property. Go the fuck away. And ICE, those motherfuckers, are surrounded by the rest of the neighborhood. And she is screaming at the top of her lungs at them to go away. And to add just a little bit extra to it, she's Native American and saying that they are on stolen land. And that's just pure hope core to me. To people who say that I'm long-winded, I know I'm long-winded. Guess what? I don't care, because right now ICE is killing people in Minneapolis and beating the shit out of teenagers in St. James. So forgive me if I take forever to get through a point to find a little bit of hope in a whole sea of doom. Fuck off.
No. I enjoyed it. I soaked that in. Well, y'all, we just hit 4.5 hours. And I don't know. I feel like we rode that to the top. Pickle says a crush on Nemo.
What?
uh,
Who's got a crush on me?
I said I had a crush on you.
I believe it.
Can't confirm nor deny.
My crush is bigger.
I don't think I'm gonna do tacos tonight, y'all. Maybe tomorrow night. Tonight, I've got something else I gotta do real quick. AKA, I got a raid with my guild on Final Fantasy. So, I love you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. And possibly in Discord later. Nemo, thank you. Yeah, and Nemo, you're a great storyteller. That was it. Yeah, some people just need to stop, dude. They have TikTok brain. Anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. All right. I'll catch y'all later, chat. I love you.
Later.
Bye.